Ow, my hands. That is my foot wrapped around the cord. Here we go.
I have lots of cool stuff to try today, including colored contacts, and hopefully I don't poke my eyes out. Okay, that just turned inside out on my finger and didn't actually go on my eye. Did it work? Yeah? I could just leave one eye blue and do the whole Marilyn Manson thing. I have a newfound respect for people who put these in every day. Holy shit. Oh my god, I think it worked. I'm happy with that. That's amazing. I have lots of cool stuff to try today, including colored contacts, and hopefully I don't poke my eyes out.
She used to just be a person who had a thing for saying slurs accidentally because she had a tic. Oh, to be a woman autistically while subsisting as a tard. Tard wives, tard wives, tard wives, tard wives, tard wives. Almost right up there with hags, 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 hags. So many people are crashing out for no reason. Bum 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 bum. Today is Thursday. I would like to see if Jay responds soon. These people. Interesting question before. It's the same questions before. I'm inside of chat rooms talking to other people or listening to them. I was going to ask them if they were comfortable being on camera, but they were being autistic as fuck. And yes. I had the microphone sounds off so that feedback couldn't be heard from my headphones, and also the audio wasn't tracked on camera. I've been doing that regularly now. Ow, hands. I'm also trying to get contact from Jay so that she can follow through with the thing that I'm trying to do. Because we still have 2 things. We need to deliver for Exocrusher, and still would like to see the rest of Date Everything. I shaved yesterday. It doesn't look like I did. this damn pixelation of camera. And does it really matter considering how there's a giant divot in my head where my headband goes? Going prematurely bald on the top of my head, forehead, kick? I imagine not. But hell, if I was able to do it with Boyfriend Dungeon, I do believe I should be able to do it with Date Everything. It'd be easier if I had more people around. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to get in touch with people like Jay. I sent her a message last night at 7 p.m. and I never got contact from her that night. I'll check back into that on like 7 hours from now. I want to plan out shit for Once Human. I want to plan out shit for the incoming season and or having to onboard people. I want to be able to set up for the Powell World crossover, which is happening in the back half of the month. I need to get together with other people and finish the SMP so that I can then be able to pivot my time to something else. Probably in the intention of setting up for Once Human. I need to sit down and physically go through the rest of my editing. Because now I'm just being held back by having plans on top of plans that I've made that I can't follow through with because I'm waiting for somebody else to be the linchpin for them. Instead of being able to just do them when I want. Why couldn't I just be evil? Why couldn't I just be evil so I didn't have to wait to try and do things to other people? Oh no, I know. I fully made my peace and I've been planning for it in the eventuality that you had something you needed to go do. Don't worry. Plus, there's other people that should be able to take the brunt of the work while you're away. I don't think it's going to be that bad horror. I know I've been wrong before, so who knows? I can say that with everything on the donation side of the content drive going swimmingly, that I would hope to have a lot of. It is my hope that we will have a lot that I can be able to purchase to give away as a part of the cross community giveaway. Since it's happening, hello strugglers, since it's happening closer towards November, because it will officially end in the back of October this month. I feel like for the cross community crossovers, it needs to happen near or towards Thanksgiving. It either needs to happen the week before or the week after. Because if I try to do it on the day, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to try to do it on the day, and people are going to be like, Carl, I cannot be there. I've got other things. Carl, I cannot be there. I've got other things. Carl, I cannot be there. I've got other things. So it needs to either happen the week before or the week after. Ow. Neck. Well, I know that you're a busy woman, Horror, so I don't usually immediately go to you first with things, but at the same time, I did post about the Once Human content inside of Community Group Gaming after forwarding the post down from the Once Human chat inside of Gamers. Because we're going to try emphasis try to get the community to do things collectively together without me needing to ask other content creators. Because at the same time, while I like being able to expand my sphere of influence to people I know, it is not a small list of people who have said, well, I can't right now, well, I can't right now, well, I can't right now, for one reason or another. But, as I was saying, week before, week after Thanksgiving is what would probably have to happen for the cross-community giveaway. We need to... Hello, Alex. We need to set up the day as like a cross-community marathon stream. But with an opportunity for other people to get to interact on something extremely easy to access. Okay, Horror. So, my first brain thought is similar to what Lenore's been doing with her friends on her broadcasts. Because she has her own personal friends, and I believe one of them is her boyfriend / partner, that all collectively play the same games with each other. I've sat in on some of their sessions, and it is very similar to what I already want to do. It's just that they have people who are immediately available. It's inconsistently. Consistently. So it's like, they have Tekken on Tuesday. I believe they have some type of party game on Wednesday or Monday. By Thursday and Friday, I believe it's content warning. There's nothing to that vibe, as well as a hard set day of Phasmophobia in that rotation. They also play things like a Path of Exile on the side. But we're talking about we're talking OnlyFans level of interaction here. It's very minimum an entire season. Ow. Ow. Well, sometimes horror, when I do try to ask people, I just get crestfallen and tired of being told, no, not at this time, or never in a million years. It's not your fault, it's my fault. But setting up for this next thing, that is something that I'm planning to do. And also, some of the games in which I would want to do these events and also these sessions for are not games you necessarily play. There's that too. Like, outside the ones that you're not going to do because of kernel root access to your computer, which is unfortunate. There's also the ones that I don't think would directly interest you, like Path of Exile. And because I'm supposed to be saving money and I have a lot more time than I do money, there's a lot of in-betweens that I need to set up for. Right now, off the top of my head, looking at the subgroup I put together, I have one that consists of Short Fat Otaku moderators and also Aiden. Where is it? And that one has 7 people, which includes Kasag. If I were to put together one, inside my audience, I don't know how many people would actually be in that number. And this is also inclusive of the fact that they'd have to be playing on camera. Because as much as I am for doing off-stream content, of which a lot of that has actually subsumed a lot of my ability to sleep, because none of the people who seem to be wanting to, who are wanting to do it or are interested in doing it, seem to ever have normal schedules. Everybody's got something temperamental. And I'm talking the wildest shit possible. Like one of the people I have on attendance so far with the S&P that has closer to perfect attendance, not accounting for myself, is somebody who was in between houses and was actively logging in to be a part of the event by using cafe Wi-Fi internet at a gaming cafe or a gaming store that also has a cafe. Aaron was never very explicit about how that worked, but yeah, students constantly full social calendars, not feeling up to it, but not necessarily telling me the truth until I talk to them directly, and it's like, bro, just tell me that you're not up to it. That's not a problem. Stuff like that. There are a couple of games you're fielding with other friends. Send me your choices when they come out if I am down to clown. Yes. Are your friends down to clown on camera? Why is she so fucking loud? Okay. We'll investigate that. Ouch, my brain. Why did I leave that on TikTok?
Yes, the sale. Okay. Yes, you're good. This is the sale. Okay. Thank you. God bless. But hey, Sue, I was asking you the question you were going to tell me. So did you have to call? Did you have to wait for this estimate before you call the insurance?
Loud as hell. Why is it so goddamn loud as hell? I understand that struggle, and I appreciate that. This is more Carl yells at cloud things. But it's less intense than it was before. However, while I see you here, you and Bloodia, I need you and Bloodia to start getting in contact with Colt Cassie Cage, because I need the three of you in a room so that all of us can talk shop. Because I'm about to start asking Cassie, if not also Shiftsitten, because I know he also retweets and follows me and talks to me on Twitter as well, to go on to Saturday Night Hypnosis as like a uncommon guest, if that's a thing that exists. Because it's not like I'm expecting people to just destroy their schedules and take time completely off of work to like dedicate to a singular thing. But it is much easier if everybody was on the Colt type timing. It would be immensely easier. Blood Reaver. Why wouldn't it let me open the bootstrap? Reaver. Blood Reaver. Mixed Streeter. Blend Leader. All about a meter. Oh, it's even a boomer shooter. Wait, no, technically it's a boomer shooter visual, but it's actually just a reinvention of COD Zombies. So scare ritual with extra steps. Alright. Painkiller. Also technical boomer shooter. Roguelike. Classic Painkiller. Battle through Purgatory. Wielding infernal weapons. Blah 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 blah. Coming October 21st in 2 weeks. Okay. Painkiller Overdose, Painkiller Black Edition, Painkiller Hell and Damnation, Painkiller Resurrection, Painkiller Evil. Wow, that's a lot. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Oh, he's already gone to work. He at least said it sounds like a fun time, so that's fine. Kind of why I had to drop a lot of survival games, just don't have a lot of time to sink into them. What days are you thinking on playing Once Human? Every day. When one plays as an SMP that is a multiplayer MMO, one does not just pick a singular day. Those servers are living worlds. They progress week to week. In totality, 4 weeks opens up all content because it goes normal, hard, pro, and then nightmare. For the first zone, which is going to be the one I would suggest everyone first does, which means there would be 2 servers that we'd have to end up joining as a group. The first playthrough, you would be finding all of your account recipes inside of the first zone. Then, in other scenarios, that would then also act as the additional second server. You then find more of the recipes that exist on those server sites, because your recipes are necessary for setting yourself up for success, because even though it is possible for the recipes that exist inside of the Way of Winter, they are not as consistent as the old world seeds and certain recipes that require specific parts of those base recipes to survive as a around-the-clock food service and food stock. So, the first server play, I believe the scope should still be 45 to 65 days. The original server scope, with the newest updated system of the asteroid spiral staircase Starcrom system, means that 4 to 8 hours of gameplay could be enough to consistently do your dailies and to do all regular upkeep, because your upkeep ticks while you're not in the game. Territory claim is based around it. Moving around through the shards is based around it. Being able to benefit from your access to your giants, to your enemy factor types, especially in the first 2 weeks of gameplay. You have to hit the ground running. It's not hyper competitive, mind you, because we're not going to be playing the PvP servers. Not unless we had a dedicated group, and not unless I had them locked in for that content. Because that's itself another world of toxicity that you are already going to not want to be involved in. And considering that I've already published my first review about the game, and if we return to doing it, I'll be obliged to do a second review of the game. You'll want to set aside at minimum 4 to 8 hours of gameplay. If not every day, at least 4 days out of the week. Because the territory, the claim of the territory, and the ability to work with other people who are going to be inside of the 8-man hive is literally everything. They might have expanded that number even, but it is literally everything. Your group, your core center of players. The game depends on having multiple people. Individually, if all you're doing is accessing the base content of the game, you could play it all solo if you wanted. Completely consistently. Even more so viable to do than in a group. But Once Human is designed around other people. The Way of Winter cannot be completed by oneself because one singular individual does not have enough bullets to destroy the Stormweavers. Does not exist. The Star Raid War and feeding and facing the Silver Plague Shield of any of the unstable Guardians, including the final Nightmare mode, which is to say the final run at Manibus himself, where all the Guardians become his mini-bosses, is not possible alone. It is a 40-man raid event. You have to work together as a group in order to make that happen. Exploring so is a goal. So every day we would be playing the game in some capacity as a group every day. And since I work from home, there's no reason why I shouldn't be waking up and playing the game. And if I'm not playing on camera, going to sleep, waking it up and doing it again. Because that's the best way to consistently do it. Hello, Tusky. The best way to consistently be in and to do Once Human is to do it every day. Once you get out of Phase 3, which is Week 3, and majority of most content in hard, minimum, if not pro, is made accessible, you have the ability to fight for your mods, and then by fighting for your mods and finding the ones that would work with the particular items you decided to use in your kit, you are then able to more or less solo every single monolith that you wanted to. Even including Giant, especially if you need to consistently learn how to actually fight Giant solo. All of that and more is only possible, though, once you've gotten the grain of the game. And then, even then, the game itself is designed behind multiple players having access to different mutations and different upgrades on their upgrade trees. So getting a fighter, getting a builder, getting a defender, getting a crafter, they are all meant to work off of each other and incentivize each other's gameplay. As well as the fact that when you have more people working together in tandem, you're able to combine your inventories and combine your territories in a way where you can actually make some really great builds. Insanely so. One person's base is the arena, another person's base is the horde, another person's base is the med bay and the sick bay. Their structures and their buildings give plus 200 and something HP, plus 5, 10, 15, 20 inventory slots. reducing the weight of materials, reducing the excess materials, automating drills and farms directly in their homes, so on and so forth. The ability to get stats that allow you to pull up other stats quickly. The ability to create a type of drill that will drill faster, just giving you more time to use it, versus one that lasts longer with durability. So that even though it's not the best, it's good enough, especially if you're trying to stockpile very quickly. Whatever the reason, it is all cumulative, and that is a part of the experience itself. So we want to set out when we're going to do that so that it is inclusive to as many people as possible. Oh, why am I so sleepy? Anyways. Let us begin. As I look at the war table. It is war tabling. Now let me look real quick at this Colt Games Autumn Sale 2025 where I can't buy a single fucking thing. Hotel Barcelona. Hotel Barcelona. Barcelona. Bag Salami. Ninja Brigade. Lightning Katana. Metamorph. Don't get, don't get got. Please comply. Harvest Hunt, Rhydon, Unforgettable, Razor, Nero, Blood Reaver's in this list, Loop Error's in this list, Always is in this list. Oh no, Oasis. Oasis. Funny. It's just the only thing there. Thanks, Colt Games. You reviewed the whole showcase yesterday and the day before. Cool stuff. Play on the side to ascent. Definitely stream community day worthy. Reacted to, etc. Okay. Was there any other particular standouts that made you feel like they were worth it? Why can I still hear her phone? Because she opened the door. Okay. Woosah. We are sticking our head back inside the pool that is Steven Crowder. I remember when this guy was hot, and then we learned he hits women. Pregnant women who may or may not have been cucking him with his producer. But I think he's just a personal friend.
Constitute political violence that could be answered in the affirmative immediately. Of course, what would?
Roll backwards. That's not 00 mark.
The reason we're here, and
That's the 00 mark.
I don't think you would argue that this is unnecessary. The assassination in cold blood is an act of terrorism of Charlie Kirk. Is that political violence?
That question should not require you to look up to the sky and think, is a man being domed in public on public property a form of violence? Violence. Is that a form of violence? That should not require that. It should not.
You seem so confident on the Hortmans, but not Charlie Kirk.
I was just thinking about your question.
If that doesn't constitute political violence that could be answered in the affirmative immediately, of course, what would?
Hey YouTube, what you're about to watch is a new segment we call Change My Mind. Welcome.
27 fucking teen. Talk the town on YouTube, then forced to permit his content on Rumble. Don't you get deplatformed.
Welcome back to Change My Mind. It's been a while. This is the place where we rationalize, we reason our positions on controversial topics. When I created Change My Mind in 2017, I had one goal in mind, and that was to shine a light on the institutions that had failed Americans. Often students propagandized by the educational system, as well as legacy media.
Mr. Trump's once again defending comments he made about the white supremacists.
Really? Fried chicken made from mushrooms? How much was it?
Is a neo-Nazi.
That there were very fine people on both sides.
The president's statement that both sides are responsible for the violence in Charlottesville.
It was designed to bring genuine dialogue to what had become an impenetrable echo chamber dominated by progressive professors, administrators, student leadership, along with a complicit media and big tech establishment. To put it simply, the kind of dialogue that evaded all of cable news.
I know you said that. 150 police officers got hurt.
You said I was being hyperbolic?
See, I don't think you should use examples of that. I think you should use examples of Piers Morgan, Stephen. Oh good, there's another Stephen I get called Steven. So now Destiny returns to being called Mr. Bunnell. Mr. Benelli, how young was the girl that's on your talk? Steven, if what you want to do is you want to make a splash by returning to Change My Mind after a political commentator was assassinated, you should be using examples of Destiny. You should be using examples of Not So Erudite. You should be using examples of any of the regulars like Pisco, fucking terrorist that he is in every chat room that he joins and every broadcast he goes to. You should be using them dead front and center. Whether he does or not, I guess depends on whether or not he sees them as part of the political zeitgeist. But
Let me respond. I'm not. You being a white man as an insult?
That just shows you the ridiculousness of all of this.
And so, nearly a decade later, with billions of plays, countless discussions, inspired student iterations, one meme of the year, and yes, even a few changed minds later,
I somewhat changed your mind.
Change My Mind had grown far bigger than I ever initially anticipated. And with that came pushback, controversy, increasing hostility, and yes, straight up violence.
You piece of living garbage ass dumpster fire.
It got to the point where security became a serious issue. And so I pulled back. Now, given recent events, however, I felt...
it's so dirty. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Are you serious? 3 seconds? 3 seconds, Steven.
serious issue. And so I pulled back. Now, given recent events...
given recent events, the murder of a man who has been dogging my ass in the polls by being better in the news and having not many things happen to him, having a loving family and a strong wife and 2 beautiful daughters that he is now survived by. I know that's probably not what you meant. I hope. But nigga, no. Ooh. I'm not going to use the word ghoulish, but it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Like, slipped up on some ass.
However, I felt led, compelled even, to bring it back. Voices like ours, and I mean
So you put on a bulletproof vest, right?
ours, can't be silenced. And I say this to you watching on the left. Made me do this. I didn't necessarily want to, and everyone told me that this, in today's climate, could not be done unless I took unbelievable precautions, unless it was absolutely kept a secret until mere hours before the event as a pop-up, unless I literally brought an army with me and bulletproofed the entire radius, which is exactly what we did.
Which, that's the only correct answer, dude. You have to. This isn't anything new, because hell, you're technically coming out of retirement. Milo's coming out of retirement. I mean, shit, you're gonna bring out Christina too? Is Miss Hofsummer's based grandma, technically based mom, but based grandma at this point, coming out? Are we also going to see you doing events and palling around and also joining into podcasts and broadcasts with people like Memphis Wave, as well as the Honey Badger Brigade, specifically Allison Tiemann, the Prim Reaper, and Dr. Ramericam? I would like to see it, because that would be great. I made myself sad. I remembered that Memphis Wade followed me on my account before my first account got hacked. Samsara!
And so today, for the first time in many years, Change My Mind returns, and back to one of the places where it all began. Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. Today's subject is plain and simple. The left is violent. Will anybody be able to change my mind?
Thank you, Christina,
Sorry,
for sitting
tell
down.
me your name one more time.
Stephen.
Stephen. Yes, okay.
So I'll take that. I mean, you're not maybe super familiar with what we do with these this series. Let me just kind of clarify what it is. First, I'll tell you what it's not. It's not gotcha. It's not clickbait. This is not meant to be, or it won't be used to clip into some kind of a dunk or something to just foment people espousing the same rhetoric on one side. It will be uploaded contextually in its entirety, where hopefully we have a productive discussion.
Yes.
We rationalize our positions, reason them on controversial topics. Before I get to the premise of today, could you do me a favor just so we can find some common ground?
Yeah.
This is what's being cited right now quite a bit. Just the definition of political violence. I want to make sure we both agree on it.
Political violence are criminal complaints, indictments, and court records looking for crimes that seek a socio-political change or to communicate to outside audience.
And I'll summarize it. That's the technical description from the source cited.
Yeah.
It's violence as a tool being used toward a political end. In other words, just because you vote Democrat or because you vote Republican, if you accidentally hit someone with your car and commit manslaughter, that's not political violence. If you vote Democrat, but let's say you go out and run someone over because of their politics, that would be political violence. Do we agree on that?
I think I can agree with you on that.
Okay,
yes.
Good. So the premise today is that particularly today in 2025, by and large, the political violence is coming from the left. It's not proportionate with that on the right. That's the reason for the security that you see today that's very necessary. And it's a problem that's reaching a boiling point that may not be sustainable. If you disagree with me, you're welcome to change my mind.
I don't know if I can change your mind, because here's the thing. When I see the sign that says the left is violent, and you talked about how it's not proportional, and I would love to see your statistics about that, because we could make...
Do you really need to see statistics? Words are hard. Do you really need to see statistics about how the left is violent? Take the last 2 weeks. Take all that footage. Every single left-winger, every single right-winger, every single person in the dead set middle, and of course, the niggas on TikTok. Take every example of a person glorifying his death, justifying his death, and then complaining that people use their free speech to show that actions have consequences. You can easily be able to divine that there is rhetoric amongst, if not the main left party, because it's not the main left, because moderates aren't violent, that it's the fringes of what it can be considered the beginnings of the far left, just like the far right, and dissident members of the left and right that are violent with their rhetoric and their speech and call to action violence to be perpetrated on their enemies, that are clearly the violent kind. I don't think you need to see statistics to see it, but if you want to see statistics, I need to get a little summon Aiden button.
Make the same statement about the right very easily, right? Like we could say that was it just a month or two ago that the Democratic lawmakers were shot, and that was like, all right. I think our bigger problem is that the
Interesting that you bring up the lawmakers. They're not the only ones, but let's start there.
The Hortmans in Minnesota, right?
Right, yeah, because she was a senator and her husband was also killed, and like, you know, that was done by the right, whatever. But
it wasn't. But continue.
Oh, that wasn't a
no.
It wasn't a conservative or.
No, that's why I used the example that I did. The person, Vance Bolter, who committed it, specifically said it had nothing to do with politics, and he left a letter reasoning it, saying that Tim Walz had ordered him to carry a hit out on people. So he was very clear that it wasn't in the name of politics. That's someone who happened to be, on some issues, Republican, on some issues, Democrat. And he was appointed by a Tim Walz administration. So that was not done in the name of political violence. He said Tim Walz ordered him to assassinate somebody who was out of his mind. But I'd like you to continue with the example.
Sure. And let's say, okay, so he wasn't right. That's fine.
No, it wasn't political violence.
It wasn't political. Oh, it didn't count as political violence.
Based on the definition you agreed to, right?
Yeah. And I think a lot of it too is there's so many things happening. It's actually really hard to get all the facts about everything.
Sure.
And our media is when they make these statements or they start to postulate about an event, and it will become political before we've even fully fleshed everything out, you know?
Well, that depends what you mean by becomes political, but assuming that you mean the normal kind of becomes political, is it not the instance of it being used as a means to create the rhetoric opportunity that creates the political nature of the eventuality of the conversation? Because you can't say the media. The media is less responsible for it. They're always trying to spin shit. Nigga, we're never not living in Spin City. However, somebody please get this woman a Ground News sponsorship. Somebody please give that woman a Ground News sponsorship. Because that's unironically the exact propensity to the degree and nature upon which people are concerned with just basic concepts. You're asking for a lot, you're expecting a lot, you're doing a lot. You just can't be like, but nah, though. It's crazy.
You know, like...
Could you give me an example?
Well, like, the shooting that happened at the church yesterday, I haven't seen enough, I don't know, have you seen any media on it yet? I'm curious to know what the media is saying
quite a bit
about it. And I want to know if how are they characterizing it?
Yeah, the media isn't characterizing, even, I will say this, even on the left and the right, they're not really characterizing that as political violence.
Okay.
Because it was a guy who really seemed to harbor ill will toward the Mormon church. So it's pretty hard to categorize it as political violence when the targets were largely conservative and the man who carried out the action seems like he might be a Republican. But I think we could pick a more clear example, a multitude of them. The reason we're here, and I don't think you would argue that this is unnecessary, the assassination in cold blood is an act of terrorism of Charlie Kirk. Is that political violence? You seem so confident on the Hortmans, but not Charlie Kirk?
I was just thinking about your question. Yeah, I mean, probably because he was, like, Turning Point USA is a conservative organization, right? That's meant to try and rally young conservatives and be involved. And so, yeah, I would probably agree that his death was political, or his assassination was politically violent. But I guess I just have a hard time reconciling that with you know, we can say that the senator and her husband being killed wasn't political, but
I'll tell you exactly why.
you know,
I'll tell you exactly why. Because the express motive of the terrorist who assassinated Charlie Kirk was politics. He killed him because he said he's one of those hateful conservative right-wingers. The rhetoric that he espoused, the reason that he killed Charlie Kirk, was to take out someone of his political persuasion and make others of his political persuasion afraid to express their opinions. The man who assassinated, which I roundly condemn, Vance Bolter, the Hortmans, did not do it as a means to a political end. Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he is not an elected official, solely because of his political perspective as a method to instill terror in the populace.
yeah.
How do I know? Because a person said it was political violence.
Okay, what if we just don't even have enough information though? Like, what if it is politically motivated and we just don't have enough to know about it yet?
In that case, we do.
You know, well, not in this particular
Okay.
instance, but I just mean like with the Hortons you mentioned.
Okay, well, let's separate the gray area.
Okay.
Right, that's why I kind of start with the example. Just because you, I would assume, let's say, vote Democrat or Republican, just because you commit a crime doesn't make it political violence. I mean, if we did that, we'd have 90% of the crime being committed on behalf of the Democrat Party because most people in inner cities vote Democrat. I don't consider that to be political violence. People have political beliefs, and people commit violence. Sometimes they rob a store because they want money. People who commit political violence do so specifically to instill fear in political opposition. They specifically commit violence as a means to a political end.
Okay.
And when we categorize it that way, it's overwhelmingly coming from the left. We do have the sources here that we make this available, so you can take the QR code. So what would make you, because you seem very confident that the Hortmans was political violence, and then it's nuanced with Charlie Kirk. Why?
Oh, I didn't say it was nuanced at all with Charlie Kirk. I agreed with you after considering your question that it was a political.
If that doesn't constitute political violence that could be answered in the affirmative immediately, of course, what would? Like, what would be required to say, oh, this is clearly an act of political violence or political terrorism, if not Charlie Kirk?
I agreed that it was political violence, so I'm not sure where this question's coming from.
Well, I'm saying because you came in and pointed to an example that would be in the
Yeah.
gray area, the Hortmans,
Yeah,
and took a
okay.
long time to agree with that premise of Charlie Kirk. And so what if we don't know enough information?
Stephen, people would see that as you attempting to route them into a brick wall. Stop that. That's retarded. You're being a fucking idiot right now. Stop that. Don't do that to people.
So Charlie Kirk would be very clear left-wing political violence.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Great.
Yes.
So there are more examples of that coming from the left than the right.
Than from
That's
the
the premise, yes.
Okay. So you're saying clear examples of political violence. I
Yes.
hear you using clear
Violence
examples.
carried out as a means to a political end.
So there's clear information, data that shows us that the left is violent or is more violent than the right.
Yes. Not only in crime statistics, but also in the polling after Charlie Kirk's death. Now, I believe that you're discussing this in good faith, and I would assume that you roundly condemn political violence of all stripes.
Of course.
So do I. Just to be clear, I think we both are. That's why we're sitting at a table having a conversation.
Right.
Do you identify as more liberal or conservative?
I like to think I'm moderate because I hold some conservative views and some liberal views.
Okay.
And I wish we could have a little bit more moderation in our country.
Like sitting down and having discussions?
Exactly.
Okay.
Like things like this.
Because we get killed for it anyway.
Right. Yeah.
And only the right. Only the right gets killed for this anyway. You're seeing the one that got through. The reason I stopped doing this for years is because every single time out was a violent attack. Sometimes it was a rock. Sometimes it was a milkshake, could be concrete, acid, chocolate, vanilla, I don't know. Doxing, fire bombings, Molotov cocktails. Maya Angelou spoke at SMU only a few years before my first time here, didn't need this kind of security. And you can see it if you observe your speakers here. And I'll tell you why that is. If you look at the polls post-assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you label yourself as a moderate, those who identify as liberal support political violence at a ratio of 6-1 to conservatives. The YouGov poll said, is political violence acceptable? 77% of conservatives said not at all. Only 38% of those on the left said not at all. 62% of those on the left said somewhat to completely acceptable. We see the same stats after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We see the same stats after the fire bombings of the Tesla dealership. And we see the same stats on the opposite side, those on the right roundly condemning political violence. The lowest you'll find is 72. You usually find it in the high 80s. You will not find a number that breaks half on the left.
Okay, you mentioned Donald Trump. Can we jump to that for just a minute?
Donald Trump, sure. I assumed we would.
Well, because I thought that guy was a registered Republican, and then he maybe
Which guy?
donated the guy who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. I'm sorry, I'm really terrible at names.
Oh, Crooks.
Yeah, that he was a registered Republican. So would you consider him a act of violence on the left or on the right?
I would consider the attempted assassination of a presidential nominee political violence, yes.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, there are a lot of people on the right who don't like Donald Trump.
Yes, I do know a few of them. Yeah.
Political violence isn't...
I got through her and the next lady watching this before you went live. So far I didn't see anything from Steven that was an issue. It really depends on how you phrase it. I know from having watched Change My Mind before that Steven, on a scale of Milo Yiannopoulos to, I guess, Pod Awful, that podcast we looked up before that was suggested to by Kasog, Steven ranks somewhere as a very mild, tepid YouTube debate bro. Depending on whether or not he feels particularly fiery. But the way he approaches things, even-handed. But the kind of... But you said, that's not what you said. Why are you taking so long? Well, that's so weird. Why are you taking so long? There are some people who would see that as pushing a button. Fortunately, this is just consistent with how he asks questions. It's not him. It's the way his tone would come off. I'm not tone policing him. I'm just simply stating that most people, when they are completely abstract to the conversation, the kind of circling back that a person would do to remain consistent, there are people who look at that and say, you're explicitly trying to push my buttons. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm being accurate. So, anal retentiveness. The trait that I have.
Just Republican Democrat. That's why I say left versus right.
Okay.
Those on the right are more routinely targets. And it's very blatant. People can say he was a registered Republican. That doesn't change the fact that it was an act of political violence carried out against Donald Trump, who's a conservative.
Yes.
Politician, whatever term you want to use.
Well, I guess, but if the argument is the left is violent, and I'm just thinking about this guy's, political background from the person. I hear what you're saying, that the right is targeted more often.
Yeah, we're the victims of political violence.
More often, and
much more.
So, would you classify that specific incident as violence of the right or of the left?
Well, the target is the right. The target was Donald Trump. So the net result is the same. We are often the targets of violence.
Yeah, but the left...
Including someone who may be a moderate Republican. Yeah, the left is still overwhelmingly violent. And I point to those polls that you can peruse from YouGov, from Reuters, not bastions of conservatism, along with the rhetoric since then. Here's the one thing that you can't point me to. And we can go through the stats. And I know you've probably heard from those on the left that actually there's more right-wing political violence. They're often circulating that right now. I can disabuse you of that notion relatively quickly. I think we'd find common ground there. You still can't point me to an example that is comparable on the right of Charlie Kirk, someone who was not an elected official, a public figure who was really notable for nothing more than expressing his opinion and having conversations, who was assassinated in cold blood and then gleefully celebrated thereafter from the left. And I hope that as someone who's moderate, you understand why that's so concerning to us on the right. When we host vigils and memorials, and the left is so completely fearless of their own consequences that they kill one of ours and show up to the memorials and vigils and desecrate and vandalize. That is the information that creates the powder keg.
Yeah, yeah.
The only off-ramp would have been, hey, we kept saying that people like Charlie Kirk, by the way, he was much more moderate than I am. I am Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun compared to Charlie Kirk, but I will have conversations with anyone. I just want to be very clear. So I know that plenty of people would gleefully celebrate my death, my murder, for doing this exact same thing. The only off-ramp would have been the left saying, look, we've called Donald Trump and his voters and Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder and whoever on the right, Tucker Carlson, take your pick, Sargon of Akkad, everyone. Ben Shapiro, we've called them fascists, we've called them Nazis, we've said that they want to commit a genocide because they don't want to transition children, we've called them racist because they support the police in an era of defund the police, and my God, people out there actually believe it. It's incumbent upon us to tone this down and say, you know what? They're not fascists. We made these people believe that this guy would never relinquish the reins of power. How do you deal with fascists? You can't do it at a ballot box. If I believed that there was an actual government right now that was executing blacks, as the left has said about the police force, if I believed that there was a leftist government that was actually fascist, that would jail any and all political dissidents.
Yes, not only is Carl Benjamin, British Carl, Sargon of Akkad, whatever you remember him by or know him for, which technically also now includes host, creator, and business owner of the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, he is not only still relevant, he is very relevant. The same way that June is. If Steven is relevant for creating Change My Mind, and Charlie Kirk is relevant for being the person who was capable of being shown as a moderate Christian who tried to get people to talk the same way Steven did, long before and after he got his money fucked with by the big gay wonk. And Sargon is relevant because he is a representation of the proud Englishman that makes up the representation of people who live in the UK and in Guernsey, alongside people like that of Aiden and Spoon, and also Bill by proxy as the resident mega giga racist, and then people like me for being the connective tissue of the guys that know individuals such as them personally, interact and engage with them personally on content, which then approximately then brings it back to people like Dev. If all of them and us and I are relevant for being a part of a particular sphere of influence, Sargon is extremely deeply relevant for representing the UK question, because he's asking questions that a lot of people on the particular scene of the internet want to have answered. Granted, there's the joke and there's the long-running memes about Sargoy of Applebee's, but unironically, Sargon won in the end. Not only is he a pillar of the content creators of YouTube and its community, he is a pillar of exactly what it looks like to be an upstart content creator who's willing to put his foot down and protect the rights of individuals who would be reporting as news affiliates and alternatives to his government's media. If not the US media, the UK media. Slandering a man, calling him a rapist because he said, I literally wouldn't do this. Using it as a way to try and hold him out of politics, while importing infinity migrants and infinity victims into the house system, being controlled by tyrants like Jess Phillips. But hey, people still recognize him as one of those Gamergate guys. It's crazy, but the longevity is insane. Yeah.
If I believed that the left was committing a genocide against white conservative Christian men, and if I believed that that administration would never host a democratic election again, I'd be out in the streets with a gun. You have a huge portion of Democrats who believe that about Donald Trump and his voters.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you saying that people believe that. Absolutely.
That's very different between the right and the left, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know, Stephen. It feels like it's so polarized right now. It's even hard to find common ground on anything. You know, like, I was just thinking about the sign, and it's that the left is violent.
Yes.
Then when I sit down, it's actually the left is politically violent. And so it's kind of a...
Well, you see, it's not a little sting. If you are willing to be violent, you are willing to be politically violent. If you're willing to bash my head in and then lie to the cops and say, we didn't touch him, he fell down, then there is much more sign that a person is willing to be violent. These things follow suit.
It's a modifier, right? We're modifying our conversation a little bit, and so...
Don't blame yourself, Tusky. We all do it. It's a form of content brain. Form of cancer. Form of cancer!
No, what I'm doing is matching the intensity and the rhetoric of the left. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have said the right is violent. The political right is violent. And I'm doing what they are unwilling to do, which is sit down and have a conversation. I don't believe it's nuanced. I believe there's black and white, pretty clear-cut good and evil in this one. I believe there's pretty black and white, clear-cut who's responsible for the political violence. But I will discuss it with anybody. So did Charlie Kirk. And they kill us anyway. So I'm matching their rhetoric that I can fit on a sign, but I'm doing the work that the left is not willing to do and having a conversation. But I don't know where we go from if we have these conversations and short of a brigade coming in, we get assassinated. The left doesn't fear that.
I would disagree, though. I think the left does have their own fears about it. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but I think there's a lot of fear out there. It's just not. It's just different.
The leftist speakers on this campus don't need the same kind of security. They don't.
I'll take note of that. I mean, I've been a student here for 2 years, and I hadn't even paid that much attention. I don't go to a whole lot of events, but I'll take note of that and see what I notice. So.
Well, let me ask you this. Assuming that I'm not lying to you, right, about these polls, and this is one thing, we always, every show that I do, I'm largely a comedian, by the way. I'm an unwilling participant in this. I want to be telling dick jokes in a comedy club.
I do stand-up comedy, too, actually.
Oh, good, okay. Do you do some around here?
I do.
You might know my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. He does a lot of stand-up in Dallas right now. He has a show coming up.
Cool.
Well, let me know. Maybe I'll be able to look it up, and I can't come out and see a show unless I come out with security, but I'd like to see your material. That's actually even another example. A man who works on my show, a man named Josh Firestein, he was a booker for a comedy, a franchise of comedy clubs. When I performed at the Spokane Comedy Club, it was the first time they ever needed metal detectors and security. He'd been a booker there for many, many years. You had actual registered communists do comedy there. He was shocked and he was ready to hate me. He works for me now because he saw why it was necessary. When you perform on stage, do you need metal detectors? Do you need armed security? I have since I was 19 years old doing comedy in clubs. And I don't think I've said anything that necessitates that.
Oh, George was letting me know. I have class at 2.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So how do we fix this then?
Oh, I mean, I think we need to have more civil discourse. I think.
Can't do that, we get shot.
Well, let's be honest, Stephen. We need to have more civil discourse. Publicly, we have seen people cheer the idea that not only if you go out and do it, thanks, other Stephen, that the right should be made to be fearful so that they look to their leaders to turn down the temperature, meaning there can be no solution that comes from outside the house. It must come from inside the house, and it must be browbeaten out of the leadership. You also have online an unwillingness of content creators to platform the opinions they otherwise would not hear, with the inclusion and the acceptance of pre-approved narratives that stringently adhere to a worldview for the political injunction of a talking point searching for a reason to exist. So, fucking pedophile Pisco trying to force conversations down an irrational line on Timcast to me and Aiden, with the exception of Caleb, or what, that was not his name. He's in my thing. I need to talk to him. My opponent on Wick TV wanting to launch into tirades saying, "You look like a tranny, Aiden. I hope that they take your rights to have gun aways. They should take your gun rights away." To even my friend Devin trying to argue that actually the right wing and other people that are profiteers, grifters, political sensationalists, and accelerationists desperately trying to make the scene into something it's not, amongst other talking points, foment the idea that the right, air quote, as a monolith, as a group. There it is. As a monolith and as a group, necessarily must come to the conversation hands open, hat in hand, to be heard, despite the fact that, despite memes, despite the jokes, despite the fact that people do not show up in general with guns, outside of Debate Bro Blood Sports, which has been massively turned down, especially since Dylan Burns did away with the Hippie Dippy Championship by becoming a war reporter concerning Kiev, Ukraine, Russia, and generally the political sphere of Twitch Debate Bro politics. It is the case that the right, as a monolith, is expected to eat shit and drink piss, while members of the undecided and the left, as a monolith, and as a cathedral, get to pick and choose the conversation, the tone, and invest themselves in tone policing any discussion if it does not adhere to their particular worldview. If the person is undecided and unprepared to answer the question the moment that it's asked, it is seen as an example that not only is it not happening, but that actually they can't be able to explain that shit. However, it has been the case that those individuals have also been the same people who've been being deplatformed from the wider internet. It is the most interesting part of the entire conversation, to be certain. In an attention economy, only those who have platforms are able to be seen. So, can you actually hear a conversation you can't see? I'd say no, you can't. Argumentatively, you can't. At the same time, algorithms have been explicitly promoted and, as recent as the memo was stated, have admitted from websites such as, and publishers and platforms such as YouTube and Twitter, being forced to admit, yes, we were pushed by the Biden administration to censor speech. Yes, they told us to manipulate conversations and subject matters and topics and news stories and suppress them, if not outright erase them and defame people that claimed that they happened and had the proof, but we decided to set up the bomb anyways. We have been suffering from activistic censorship. We have been suffering from activistic spin doctoring. We have been victimized by activistic terrorism in the form of violent rhetoric and fighting words. We have been terrorized by political violence, as well as wanton mayhem from menaces to society. And we've also been subject, as people, to the rhetoric and the actions of said violent rhetoric from groups and parties that otherwise take no responsibility for what they say and what they do, because they instead blame the leaders. Because they're just people. We're just everyday niggas. We're not responsible for what we do. I'm not responsible for my actions, but Trump is too. That's the song and dance that people have been singing. Not just in academia, but also in popular politics. Now we're at the point where the populace, because of access to places like Twitter, are at least able to see news stories in the same sphere of influence and time in which they usually come up. And the wholesale number shows that the violence that they do with words is the same violence they do with actions amongst the left wing. That is the hyper sensationalized, radicalized, and violent, which basically means the far left. Which basically means broadcasters, content creators, and YouTubers, and material effort creators that put their hard-talking views behind paywalls on applications like Nebula. Because it is the HUD box that they put that content. That is why I am so critical of the group of people that I have labeled Nebula niggas. They are unironically putting their fire and brimstone takes behind paywalls, so that in order for you to know about their crazy ass opinions, you have to go find them. It is not a coincidence that of the people who have been getting posts from Glitch Posters, or posts from Willie Mac Show, or posts from Rob's Media, are people who are basically political lolcows, if not drama lolcows. There is a reason. The reason is very simple. They are by nature and by proxy individuals that inspire non-stop violence. Because they find it funny to antagonize and harass their constituents, their audiences, depending on how dumb their audience is, that they can just manipulate them, and their rivals, because they see them as a threat that has to be removed by any means necessary, which includes doxing, swatting, and the like. It's pushed plenty of people off the internet. People rarely will shed a tear for the likes of somebody like Rosewrist, despite the fact that Rosewrist is the type of left-wing creator that you do not want to push off the platform. Meanwhile, the kind of platformed idiot that you would want to remove from the scene, like Xander Hall, like Beam Mama, like Shark03, who have already removed themselves as such, because they cannot fucking obla in this time period, and they lack the ability to do so. That's why the last time you've actually seen that person be relevant outside of me dunking on him for him attempting to fuck with me and to stop my career from growing was literally maybe today when I brought it up to fucking Beckett on Twitter, mentioning the fact that the last time people like that were relevant was when they had personal drama that led to them being fucking ostracized from the net. Right now, I know that the cycle that's going on is Courtney Pete, and by proxy, I guess also Psy. I don't know why Psy Scribbles is still going off on Foggy. I couldn't tell you, chat. Horror would know that better than I do. I might even have to ask Foggy if I can guest on the op block for like an evening, so he can lay it out to me. Because for me, laying it out as I am right now, without having this knowledge at your fingertips, without being able to be like, oh yeah, I woke up, I open my phone, I look at TikTok, oh wow, that's crazy ass shit. Save. That's material for a later date. Let me just click on the screen. Boom, go over to Twitter. What's niggas mad about today? Oh shit, more drama. Well, that's crazy. I ain't finna cover none of that. But, woo, that's cool. Without having the ability to lay it all out in front of you, especially if you work for a goddamn living, there's no way that most people can be able to keep up with it unless they're actually paying attention to the news sources. And they cannot do that by looking at the TV. Unironically, I don't look at television anymore. All of my information sources come from online. I get all of my information sources by fact-checking and archiving, as is my job. But even then, if I didn't get it from doing the work collectively, then I would have gotten the news and the information from mutuals by talking to them. Like, one second. From literally every time I go to a Discord, and there happens to be people in the voice chat that's not with TV's Talking Lounge, I have to sit there and wait to ask them, hey, yo, I'm broadcasting right now. Are you comfortable being on camera? Because there's always somebody talking about something that directly affects either our world stage presence, where we are in the world when it comes to social topics, and the social fabric of a community. To the point that that was the literal reason when I was asked by members of Dev's audience, hey, Carl, can you help us clean up our chat and make things better around here? It's getting stale and bored and fucked, and we're tired of being harassed by our head mod. More about that at a later date. Amongst the culture also getting stringent and harder and more punishing because people are being, not a nice word that I'll repeat. It all revolves around the very topic and language of movements and groups and people and leaderships. And unfortunately, bringing it back around, when a person does that Watusi two-step of, you said violence, but political violence, it is this incapability of noticing that the left believes that actions equal speech. Therefore, if you are one country matter hair off of 99.99999 floating decimal, approaching the asymptote of 100% on their side, you are a fucking devil and deserve to die. You deserve no help, you deserve no needs, you deserve no rights, you deserve no access to programs. You are... What's the exact words I'm looking for here? You are not for the advocacy and for the agency of the groups that you claim to support because you vote in a way that destroys their self-interest and emboldens your own self-interest as against them. Thank you, Hort. It has created an ecosystem where the conversations that turn down the temperature are had amongst the likes of people like myself. Unfortunately, people don't want to turn down the temperature. They want to be entertained. They want drama. Despite how retarded the argument was when it was said by other Stephen, by Sex Epstein, Stephen Maldonado II was correct that people just see all of this violence and rhetoric and speech as just memes. That was actually a true statement. Yes, they, in fact, on the sides of the political aisles, left, right, dead center, apolitical, left to center, right of center, anarcho-communist, and anarcho-primitivistic, politically primitivistic, and the fucking troglodytes that sit in the cave and stick their head in the sand and say, I don't want to be bothered, it's not my problem. All of the spear has been corrupted to the point where the default position is everyone has to prove to you that it's happening. You can't see it, believe it, hear it, and feel it, and touch it. That was not a reference to, what is it? Because you have to now demonstrate that you're speaking on something that's true. And unfortunately, if it didn't get covered by Smugglana, Kirsch, Pippa, Asmongold, or Asmongold's new shadow clone, Tectone, if it's not repeated by any of those sources, or also side-scrollers, or also some other person who has more audience and more subs than I do, or more clout at the time that they said it, the more people heard it, and can associate their face and their name and their voice and their personality to it, it didn't happen. Which, as far as the left is concerned, means it isn't real. Even if you are, in fact, the canary in the coal mine. Because it's all based on algorithms, promotion of opinions, and talking points. As well as attention economy. That is an unfair place upon which to start the hill of the argument. Because it begins the tactic of a slippery slope and a Mott and Bailey before you even have the ability to argue whether or not it is okay. And it is clearly fucking not. People should not be getting murdered because they politically disagree. And they should not be targeting a person who quite literally is not what people claim that he is. And even if you believe so, even if that is the argument you want to praise, even if that was the position you wanted to approach from, for it to then be the case that, okay, so we can never have the conversation unless you set the boundaries, that leads to stochastic terrorism. Because then who's having the conversation? Oh, the same individuals that are saying you need to be terrified of walking out in public? Yeah, you need to be scared? You need to be scared? You should be scared of what I do to you? You should be scared of whether or not I ruin your life, bro. You should be scared about whether or not you have a place to live, bro. Constantly questioning people for their attitudes, for their opinions, and insisting that they're just delusional. They don't know what they're talking about. I don't know. I think that goes into the category of exactly the kind of thing that you don't want to have happen. Because this is what has been wrought after 8 to 12 years of Democratic domination, to the point that they were outright in control and in reins of all communication. And then look what has happened in the time period in which Twitter was the one place where that stranglehold was snapped and broken. No longer is it we're having hushed conversations. Now it's being discussed out open publicly. The conversation has moved. The Overton window has shifted. The woke is being put away for what it is worth. People who outright brazenly lied about their involvement in adding to the message in social media and culture no longer can hide behind figures like Anthony Gramuccia. They have to actually just accept, no, what you claimed didn't happen. Not only did it happen, when I have proof of it, it happened and they admitted it. Thanks for that dumbass black guy from Sweet Baby Inc. And thank you, Writing Raven and Master of the TDS, for being responsible for that. At the same time, as you have grifters of the left, you've got the grifters of the right, who demonstrated exactly how cantankerous both the left wing and the right wing, and those that would be manipulative for their own goals, John Delaraz, John F. Trent, Melanie Mack, who immediately abandoned them and said, no, I'm too white and too womanly for this shit. They have exposed how easy it was for people to attempt to grift off of things by attempting to postulate towards those people who were undecided, or simply view all of these things as just memes. Which is ironic because it happened in comic books, it happened in video games, and now it's specifically happening everywhere in social media. Because everything has quite literally become political. Because there is a political group that has decided to make every thought in your head into a violent threat. It's so fucking scuffed and it's such bullshit that it permeates every bit of what we all do. Even the drama. So I can get a bit pissy if somebody decides to play this game of, well, you said violence and now you're saying political violence. They're all one and the same. The moment your hands turn into fists over something upon which you should be able to speak about, it has become a political form of violence. Because you are antagonizing people's ability to exist as an individual. You have threatened them into having to form tribes. Not just to mention the obvious fucking elephant in the room, pink as it is, as we're all high on the drug. You have forced people to join a political group because you have otherized them. And you have shown them that you're willing to murder those who you otherize. So you're completely surprised that everybody treats it as what it obviously is, which is a game of us or them. And for those that still remain firmly in the middle, not on the fence, but literally actual, real centrists. Whatever flavor of centrist you happen to be. I happen to be the Negro flavor. And that ping is me receiving your DM. You have people who are in this position where left, right, dead center, apolitical, anarcho-primitivistic, and otherwise, they fucking ironically have more to do and be in common with me than they ever fucking would someone like Philosophy Tube, or Lindsay Ellis, or Mike from PA under Central Committee, or Casey Tron or Denims, or any other fucking political activist in the goddamn sphere of politics currently operating right now. Because right now, they are trying desperately to spin obvious attacks on a person's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and safety and security as just jokes. Thank you for your service, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Because if they're willing to do it socially to Ethan Klein, to harass him by proxy behind the ape strings of fucking Bad and Panada and Hassan's anti-Semite squad and his goddamn orbiters, then yes, they're going to do it to a political activist. And if they're going to label actions as violence and your actions as speech and violence that is offending them, then yes, people are going to view everything as political, because that's what it becomes. That's what everything political means to the left wing. It means everything is a form of speech. And if that speech is violence, then that is an act of violence towards them, which is a threat, which they answer by murdering you. Either killing you socially by life ruination, or killing you outright with assassination and murder. And sometimes they're too chicken shit to do it themselves. They instead call for you to be swatted and doxxed, hoping that somebody else will do it for them. So, out of sight, out of mind. I need to poop. I'll be right back. Wrestle with what I've said just for now. turn. See, I don't want I don't necessarily need to want. All I said was I needed to poop, bro. I don't necessarily need to want to have to be the one that explains it time and time again. Because Lord knows, in multiple ways on various topics, I've dropped pure bars. But the fact of the matter is, that part with making people have to pick sides, that is the part that I do not like. It is not a necessary action that there are people who are just resisting being a part of something, and they would like to gish gallop between one side, one topic, and sea line completely about another, as I've been accused by my own family. While at the same time, that same person, when I tell them, no, that's not my opinion, I can show you what my opinion is, immediately says, I'm not watching yet. I refuse to investigate it. So, memes and jokes are political violence, but my actual opinions, they aren't worth looking at. It's like that shit that happened with Sid Alpha. I say, hey, let's have a conversation and talk about things. I'm told, no, I won't talk to you because you think this, this, and this. And then, upon investigating the reasons why they're saying it, it's, I literally can't tell the difference between a roguelike deck builder and literally gambling slots on stake.bet or DraftKings or insert gambling that isn't gambling that people are acceptable of outside of NFTs and cryptocurrency here. And then also, I didn't actually read your opinion, I skimmed your opinion, got your opinion wrong, and now that you're defending yourself, you defending your position passionately is proof of why I should be allowed to dismiss you. That shit's going to stop quickly. I'm not the only person who's been victim of that. We've all been victim of that in some way or another. But that particular level of political violence and rhetoric, where everybody else needs to prove who they are, and the persons asking the questions don't have to prove who or what they are, that has to stop. Because if that doesn't stop, it's going to make people start crashing out in ways most of us are not prepared for. Most of us are not prepared for the nice and quiet ones. Ouch, my neck. I'm looking at your things, Casper. I'm just not responding to them immediately. I have multiple things to look at. Also, hello. Why did the Automod catch that for FKN? That's weird. My legs hurt. Exceptionally capable and willing for the right reasons. Full decade growing up for the right reasons instead of my own reason. Same people I spent my entire life living up and saving from bullies and then forming a group to mock me years later to try to gas on me saying it's for respect. That's why I was excluded. Wasn't for skeptical for being thrown under the bus all the time. I'd actually believe them. I mean, hey, if they treated me outside of some sort of thank you, it might make sense that I did just because it's the right thing to do. Now I'm just like, I should have beaten the shit out of anyone that raised a hand against another. You team came back out and in. Twitch is moderated by Lebanon. Lebanon? Is moderated by Lebanon. I read that as Lesbian Anon. By Lebanon or something in the Middle East, just anti-Western or something. Twitch moderation is based in Egypt, air quote. The prior thing was my assumed thing for that. Bugger the ads, grab a smoke, please read the above when you come back where I do. We're on the same damn page. The waiting room music is mildly annoying. We get shot, now Automod says... Now Automod, because I said dead? There was no Automod before this one. Then this message... I thought about people going for me as long as I defend myself over here in Australia. Fuck, I hope it wasn't the case law back in 2000, where it was equal or lesser force, where a mate of mine, Maury, FKN weapon, a lad, love him, rest in peace, was jumped by 5 Vietnamese lads with knives, with only 2 of them had, but 2 + 1 odds should have been lethal intent regardless of an idiot I reported to under Commonwealth law at the time. Like an idiot I reported family lawyers at the time back when we had sway. Family is now dead. FK. For some reason that gets fucking censored. Hello, Avalon. That's crazy. No, I saw what you were saying. I just needed to finish my thought first before I read that. But it should not be the status quo that one person says your opinion isn't real, prove it, when literally the proof is that there is a corpse. During the live broadcast, BC, by the way. I'm not doing a live feedback right now, Kaz, but you're more than welcome to give your opinion. I will read it. It is not the space in which the political scene... I turned my volume down by accident. Did I? No, something's fucking with the audio sound. I'm on audio adjuster. I'm on audio adjuster. I have not turned it down. Something's fucking with the audio setting. Audacity. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. That's not as loud as it should be. Something's auto sound adjusting. You're hearing waiting music because there's a game with sound effects in the bottom left corner. Let's see what's fucking with the setting as I try to remember what I was saying before this. Internal microphone volume is to 100. The gain's just getting fucked with automatically by something. It won't go above 3. Or is actively resetting to 3. Now it works. As I was saying, it should not be the case that one side says what you think is happening isn't happening, except that it is happening, and not only is it happening, it's good and you deserve it because you're evil. It should not be the job of the people who are coming to the table to also then be told, hey, that violence that we've been doing to you for years, I'm not doing live feedback right now, Casbah. But you're more than welcome to give your opinion in chat, and I will read your message. It is not the instance and the job of anyone considered not left to be the one that turns down the temperature when they're not the ones that were in the kitchen. Sunday. In this instance, I don't have the ability to take questions at the same time, vocally. It fucks with the tempo. If you have a subject matter that you want to specifically talk to me about at a later date, we can be able to talk about it on Sunday, because I'm going to resume doing Yappins, since I now have more time to focus, since we've been able to help deal with the problem outside with my trees. Wondering after a stream? Well, you can always be able to talk to me after a stream. I have a stupid question. What about the redeem that I should ask stupid questions? That's still up on Twitch. I need to rework it, because that was during a yes and period where I was taking any question from anyone in chat to keep the chat engaged and involved in talking, because dead air. But I still will answer them. Now I just answer the serious questions, which means I need to rewrite how that looks, because that's me not being a good content creator. But feel free to ask me questions, and I will answer them in chat. But if you have something like very, very important that you want to talk to me about, write it down and ask me the question on Sunday during Yappin. You'll get 15 minutes to an hour to talk to me about the topic in question. Focused, one-on-one, and the ability to go back and forth about it. Now I just want to hear you go off. Tits or ass. Thighs. Specifically around my face. What do you specifically want to hear me go off about? Also, I think I fixed the audio problem. Okay, cool. I'm waiting for Avalon to tell me what specific thing he wants me to go off about. I'll let that question fill itself in a second. Anyways, it is not the job of the right to be the ones to turn the temperature down. It's also not the job of the left to be the ones to turn the temperature down. It is the job of both political distances and the entire political spectrum to decide that if what we're going to do is have a rational, sensible community and a rational, sensible society that is capable to adhere to change, much like making a card straight, it is our job to define and protect the middle and inform the middle and clip off the ends. So when dumbasses like Not So Erudite say, actually, you can't commit the type of instance you want when dealing with murderers. Yes, I can. I can deport infinity criminals until the criminals stop trying to invade my country. Not because I hate Browns, but because they are career criminals. And they're being released because there are people that are assisting them in committing these actions. Because bleeding hearts. When there are infinity criminals that are committing crimes that are legal citizens of the country, I can bring out the human fruit slicer and start mashing the go button. Because if I deal with a problem that gives me infinity issues, I will have infinity less issues when those issues are gone. Especially when the left are in fact the aggressors. Certainly, again, it's not the entire left, just like it's not the entire right. I hate having to use the entire dichotomy of of the left-right perspective in the diatribes to describe political leanings. I assume this is the question. The left are aggressors and have been aggressors for decades. Bill Clinton sat there and commuted the sentence of someone who definitely bombed the White House. Part of the weather underground because Democrats have been playing footsies with violent revolutionary communists my entire life. True. But I don't think that was the question you wanted to ask me. Anyways, moving forward. For the majority of almost all of our lives, it has been the action that the political left and those that ascribe to a political left-leaning view, both in media, in politics, and in business, have all been the thought leaders, the movers and shakers, and the bankrollers of most political action most of us can recognize. With the very, very hard-leaning center and right-wing figures being the ones that actually come to the table to have conversations. That effectively turn around, camera left, and go, "You see these niggas? Hey, what with anything?" And then turning back and then mugging to the camera. All of the compilations of the college talks, where Charlie Kirk is put into the same category as Ben Shapiro, and Milo Yiannopoulos, and Christina Hoffman Summers, and any other person who's ever gone to a college campus and talked to people. Ever since the time of Trigglypuff, ever since the time of Smugglypuff, ever since the time of Jordan Peterson originally being constrained and being compelled to speak on the bill, it has been this way. It has been this way. Period. It was started by the left. It might not have been started by particular members of the left, but it was started by them. They no longer get to set the terms of how change is made. I dropped my cap. However, that doesn't mean that they don't get to have a part in solving the solution. It just means they don't get to decide when the button to stop is. Unfortunately. Welcome back, struggler. They don't get to decide when the button to stop is. That's the problem. I'll talk more about this, but let's get started back again. I've yapped enough.
Well, we can. We're doing it right now. Let's
With
not
the brigade.
be so pessimistic. But Stephen, come on, we have to change our attitudes about it. We can't constantly fixate on the negative stuff. I know it's important and it matters, but we can do it. And just as
I can do it with $250,000 of security. Most people don't have that.
Most people don't have that. And you talk about like fearing for your life.
Yeah.
I am a female pastor in Deep East, Texas. So on Sunday morning, I wait for that time when someone doesn't like what I said from the pulpit and comes up to me. So I too live with a fear, but it's different for me. And,
do you have metal detectors and armed security?
We can't afford that at my church. We have an old person that sits at the front and says hi and tries to intervene in a way that would be appropriate of a Christian. We've thought about bringing security to the church. We talked about it.
We literally can't have these discussions on our side unless we have it.
We have security.
It's a necessity.
Yeah. And I think that's really unfortunate that it's gotten so bad. The state of our country is so bad that we can't even talk to each other without one side or the other having to provide ridiculous amounts of safety and security that maybe aren't even guaranteed.
No.
And you think that's part of the reason why that's a problem, ma'am? Or do you think that it's actually still the job of other people to be responsible where other people have decided not to be responsible? Because it seems like that's the angle that we're going for. And I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If that's the way that's supposed to go. It shouldn't be how that works. Because that's the antithesis of what we want. You want better solutions, not worse solutions.
Yeah, it's true. And I agree with you. It is terrible that we've gotten to this point.
Yeah.
It is terrible that it's exclusively incumbent upon one side to have these types of measures in place. Let me ask you this. because, again, I think that we both abhor political violence. Do you think that maybe when one side is being hunted, let's make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was hunted. When people showed up to my house to try and kill me, I was being hunted, right? Any conservative here is one viral tweet, one effective video away from being hunted.
Yeah.
Do we think that when that happens, and we peacefully mourn the loss of one of our peaceful leaders, and we are still approached with violence at memorials and at vigils with desecration, do you think that maybe the both sidesing it, saying it comes from both sides, is actually more harmful than productive? Because it lets the side that's responsible for it off the hook, the clear aggressor.
Do I think it's more harmful to say that it's both sides?
Do you think it would be more helpful to call the left out and say, hey, you guys have been saying fascist, you guys have been saying Nazi, you guys have been saying genocide, sexist, and people believe it, and we're seeing political violence now that we both hate. Do you think that calling them out aggressively, rhetorically, might be more productive than saying, well, I guess it happens on both sides, right now?
No, I don't, because it kind of reminds me of therapy, you know, where it's not necessarily helpful to point the finger in ways that are counterproductive. Not that I'm not opposed to holding people accountable, because that's a different thing.
No, I understand.
So,
Find a period.
Maybe let me ask you then this way, where you say,
No, Stephen, no! Shouldn't finish the thought! Okay, let's address that.
it's not necessarily helpful to point the finger in ways that are counterproductive. Not that I'm not opposed to holding people accountable, because that's a different thing.
No,
Pause. It is entirely necessary when it comes to the instances of conversation that you have to fucking point the finger at the people who are doing it, because if you do not speak up on the fact that you have been wronged, not a single fucking person is going to defend you as you are being wronged again. Why is it so important to monetize your haters? Because sometimes your haters are your motivators. And sometimes your haters are your tormentors. They're your jailers. They decide the terms, they decide the claims, they decide the activism, they decide the energy. And then, out of nowhere, suddenly, for almost no reason at all, except it's the most important one, optics, oh shit, I look like a fucking monster. And then they stop. Every bit of energy that can be used for the conversational topic of a person being held responsible for violence, to a narcissist who supposedly is manipulating and is being a monitoring spirit, to an individual antagonizing and only being called out for their casual elitism and their casual soft bigotry, when another person who is skilled in understanding therapy language approaches them and say, hey, every time something happens, you always try to characterize them in a certain way. So when the victim says, you stabbed me, the person trying to victimize them says, I didn't stab you, I lightly nicked you. I'm bleeding from the chest. It's just a flesh wound. You punctured my lung. The constant redefinition is what creates the need to point the finger. Because justice is not coming on swift wings. It's going to take a day to put its pants on. And by the time its pants are up, it's dripping and wet. Because you have made a fuckstick out of the sense of social justice. The concept of social environments and our relationship to justice, but also a mockery of the very whip you used to attack people and then hide your hands after you got your licks in. You didn't just sucker punch people. You didn't just shove and push and antagonize them and then say, teacher, 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 teacher. You pummeled people in back alley ball beatdowns, politically and or physically and or otherwise. You chased them through the streets. You said, just in the same way, jokingly, Sanhai said, I'm coming to kill you, Sunbreaker, in real life! You chased Andy No into the street and said, while in front of security cameras in front of gratuity service, we're coming for you, Andy. We're going to get you, Andy. We're coming to get you, brah. And then, the exact moment in this situation where the threat is constant and vehement, where you held people behind cowardice with a gun in their back, the second we flipped around and said, call an ambulance, but not for me, suddenly it's all, no, wait, wait. No. That's not how that works. No, that's not how that works. Because that pointing the finger, the weaponization of policies that have long since been weaponized against other people, that is in itself a tool. The only difference is, much like this toy weapon, this is a toy, this is a toy, this is a toy, this is a toy, Twitter, this is a toy, Twitch, this is a toy, this is obviously a painted Nerf gun, toy. Much like how, upon attempting to get the control of the gun, force multiplier, and attempting to multiply the force of protecting ourselves from the people who are tormenting us, that you would turn around and say, no, wait, no, not like that. The exact same way that Mike from PA attempted to do so the literal day after Kirk was murdered is the reason why people point the finger. Because, bitch, I'm gonna believe my lying ears and eyes. Because I have you on tape. It's like a child getting caught in a cookie jar. We saw you. I didn't imagine the blows. And much worse is that by even attempting to defend yourself, it is then the intention of the person antagonizing you to then prevent you from seeking justice. Because then you will mock them and attempt to use that as a way to get them to effectively accept that nobody will listen to them and understand them and see their point of view. Because you will make it impossible for people to take them seriously. Because then it's just, who the fuck is that guy? The guy you tried to murder. The one that you tried to assassinate. Both the life, the liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the career of. The person you tried to push into the poorhouse. That's who they are. That's who we are. That's who they are. And every time, it's a, I never heard of them. Therefore, they deserve to have the right to kill you. Because let them kill you, or they will kill you. That's not acceptable. That's not how that works. Nothing about that is how a civil agency in a normal, polite society is ever meant to function. And being given the streets, and being given the argument, is why people feel so strongly about it. It's why I have the stance of speedy trials, speedy sentencings, public executions. Because it's being done by people who are very clearly aware that in the viewpoint of most people, they are not willing to do violence to protect themselves because they are not used to being cruel. They know they have to be. They're not used to doing it. Because it's not a normal mentality to be in. Because it's a state of survival. Not a state of thriving. Not a state of flourishing. Not a state of living. Happily or otherwise. It is survival. It is fighting for your existence. The same idealized existence that I'm told I should struggle for as a black identitarian, and I refuse, because I love white pussy too much. I love white women. I love the dimple on the backside of her butt. Stop it. It is incredibly to the degree of, no, I will not put power in the hands of people who have nothing. Did I fuck the battery? I might have fucked my battery. Oh well. It is directly to the positive of the interest of a group that seeks to use me as a body, but not as a respected member of a pursuit, that what I should let happen is I should let myself be personally affected. I should let myself get personally ruined. I should let myself be martyred for the cause. And I don't even get a promise. I don't even get a promise about what 72 fat ass virgins I'll get in heaven. Assuming I go to heaven. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Because that's the energy of the people who have been in control of this weapon for so fucking long. The second people say, I would like you to stop attacking me. Fixed it. The exact second that individuals say, I would like you to stop harassing me, please. After years of, yeah, bro, what you finna do? What you finna do? You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. You think people are gonna be civil? You're lucky that they're not immediately blasted. It is necessary. It is necessary that you have people who are capable, open, and willing, even in fear of their own lives, to say, that one right there, him, right there, her, right there, with the fucking septum piercing, and the fucking, Christina tattoo, or Christina piercing, that you can see right there through her fucking labia that's showing out of her miniskirt. Right there, officer, the one with the red head with the long extension braids, wearing the bad wig. Because unfortunately, as we've seen time and time again, when it comes to the canary in the coal mine, when it comes to individuals who have to be the ones willing to say what is obvious, they then also still become targets of the engine that is the perpetual death march on liberalism, classical liberalism, and actual freedoms. Because a witness is the worst thing to them. Because that means they can get caught. So if it comes down to a question of continued dominance and conquest and active, consistent, and exorbitant violence to protect your future existence, period. And no, do not put that meme in my goddamn mouth. You know which one I'm talking about. This is not a moment to make fun of the right wing, or excuse me, to make fun of the Nazbols. The same way they could say it for their children, the same way an African American could be like new father, I'm forgetting his name on this moment, Eric July, new father Eric July could say, I want to have a consistent and happy future for the safety and security of my black children with my beautiful black wife. Insert racial group here, insert denomination here, insert demographic here. There is a exceptional need for not just increased attention, increased conversation, and increased rhetoric, but more specifically, a defense against the, quote, political speech and political violent speech that is being used as a tempest and a tool to silence and heckle people into being quiet. Because the entire intention is to make a holding pattern. That's the problem. Now you might think, what is Carl yapping about? She was talking about taking responsibility. That is a part of the responsibility. If we, as a people, fake gun by the way, fake gun, not real, fake gun. If we, as a people, not just in America, but in this idea of a globalized economy and a globalized worldview and supposed knowledge of acknowledging those that are a part of the global majority and the global minority, you cannot have people walking around society holding a perpetual gun to someone's head, especially sideways to show that they could, with a laser trained on them, telling them, and if you say something I don't like, I'm gonna pull this trigger. And if I hear you crying as you're dying, then I'm gonna plug each of your children. You can't live like this. It's not okay. You put people in this position, they're gonna become animals. Fuck Agam Jabbar. They're going to tear you apart. That's the only response to that kind of tyranny. Because this is a choice. This is not. This is a choice. This is not. What does he mean by that? Defending myself against somebody who means a threat to me and my own is not a choice. It is life and death. It is survival. You have put me in a state of fight or flight. Fight, flight, or flee. Fight, flight, flee, or freeze. Fight, flight, flee, or freeze. I have no reason to be stuck in a holding pattern. I have seen time and time again, you will do to me what you do to everyone else. Terrorizing me with a threat against my life, safety, security, and continued existence is a choice. You could talk to me. You can rationalize me out of the position. The second you threaten me, you no longer have the ability to set the terms of the conversation. The power is now in my hands. All of our hands, collectively. Assuming that we don't do something that is the equivalent of blam, 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 the second we turn around and we start negotiating the global conversation of how far is too far, at that point, you have no one to blame. Because at that point, you should have kept stronger grip of this, and screw you, I'm more like the blam blams. Because that's how it would rationally work. If you treat people like this is a game, and it's just jokes, it's just memes, and you want to rationalize it to a therapy conversation, in order for therapy to work, both people have to contribute. You don't. The left does not. I do not say you, Miss Lady. I mean the royal you, the collective you. You, the left, don't. You do not engage in an action where people are allowed to protect themselves. Period. Now, it is the case, to answer Struggler's point, the difference between justice and revenge. The left, those that are festooning for violence, specifically amongst people like FD Signifier, amongst the Not Fucking Around Coalition, individuals like Dr. Umar, individuals like K-Flex Wash Your Ass, individuals like Nick Fuentes, even technically people like fucking Sneeko, who apparently wanted to put his opinion in the goddamn place. There are those that clearly want war. And depending on how people want to move, there are those that clearly want revenge as a response to that war, who said, bet. Individuals like myself, I want my flowers. And then I want to water my flowers. That's what I want. By that I mean, attenuating to the conversation I had yesterday with Liddell Parks when he came through, I want to have the ability not only to have my achievements, but I want the ability to acknowledge my achievements. Just the same way that I want to have the ability to acknowledge the good. Yep, there it goes again. I want to have the ability to acknowledge the shortcomings, as well as the shortcomings and successes of both sides. But you cannot have a discussion about that unless you have all sides willing to admit when they have done wrong. When something is considered wrong, when someone has gone too far, when it has become the instance that a person can decide that they have the right on what is too far and no quarter and no further, so on and 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 so on. Unfortunately, assuming that the question is, do we need justice or revenge? It depends. The response has to be appropriate. It can't be disproportionate. Because then it becomes a game of tit for tat. And unfortunately, in therapy, you cannot go tit for tat. You cannot say, I'm showing you something that you did wrong, and now you're yelling at me about something I did wrong. You can't do that. What you have to do is instead say, here's something that you did right, and here's something that you did wrong. And then, here's something that I did right, and here's something that I did wrong. If you at no time take no blame, take no responsibility, you are actively saying, I am right, you are wrong, you need to listen to me because I said. If I use examples from people who are close to me personally, you should do what I say because I'm your parent. You should listen to me because I'm older than you, I know more than you. You should listen to what I have to say because I've been on this earth and I know more about shit than you do, despite the fact that they do not. And I have more knowledge than them because I listen to all sides, not just one. Or other such dumbass opinions that have come from content creators that will then talk down to people after pulling the ladder up behind themselves. And we've all seen those arguments. They're pretty much the fucking cornerstone of what has made YouTube and what it is. Places like Every Frame of Pause would not exist if it weren't for the fact that opinionated and overly opinionated people like me were to be there on the internet to talk where other people decided that it's not worth having a discussion or debate. Goodbye, struggler. Should not be the case that is the case, but that is the case because it's the case. It continues to be the case. Who knows if it will ever never not be the case. But I tell you what. While we may not know the time, the day, or the hour, I can promise you, the people who are coming for revenge, they're not coming like a thief in the night. They want you to see them coming. They are becoming the Punisher. They are unironically becoming the Punisher because you wouldn't leave them alone. And that, in fact, does indeed include the gamers. 1 second, I need a screwdriver. Whenever the discussion comes up about having a national divorce or civil war, this is part of the conversation of having the ability to have a conversation and turn down the temperature. It is impossible if all we ever do is decide who's allowed to speak and who's not allowed to speak. And then, therefore, that proves that actually they have the right to shut you up because you're inconveniencing them. Read really quick, and then we'll get back to it. The practical comes before the moral. If you end up in a situation where you have to pick the evil of pointlessly dying to unwarranted aggression or the evil of striking back and therefore giving them just cause in their next act of aggression against you, then you need to discard concepts of right and wrong, because they're just being used to paralyze you and you gain nothing from it. You are firmly in the evil category at that point. You have to win. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Realistically, it is the left constantly playing on people's sense of morals and playing on their concept of their personal responsibility. And in the sense of the personal responsibility, they are believing that they will never be given true consequences because the people who are going to have something to say or do about it are individuals that otherwise do not have the ability to defend themselves against people who have long since believed themselves immune to consequences because I said freeze Peach. Therefore, you're not going to stop me from harassing you. The moment that you demonstrate that they, in fact, can receive consequences, it changes the dynamic intensely, immediately so. There's a clip going about right now what I can only assume is an independent news media journalist, was out on the street at one of the riots that originally was a protest that was out and about during ICE enforcement. An Antifa thug comes up to the reporter, threatening them, trying to push them out and back from the street where they were at this presentation. At this presentation, I see. Don't break it, Carl. At this presentation, it was in the interest of the member of the group to keep threatening this reporter. Upon which the Antifa member was targeted and lit up by green light by an ICE member who was a sniper in a perch overlooking the street. Okay, that's nice. Upon being told by another Antifa member, when they were told by the interviewer, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, upon realizing that he was actually about to get domed, suddenly he cared. A lot. This being because the issue that is at fault, the problem, is that your political rivals do not respect rule of law. And in inclusion to the totality of their respectability of their law, they think that the people that they are currently facing in the zeitgeist they think the individuals that they are currently facing in the zeitgeist are cowards. They think the people that are there supposedly not only are cowards, but they're sheep. And not only are they sheep, they're uninformed sheep. And that when antagonized, the sheep will fall in line. Choice paralysis. Antagonizing your conversations, your meta. Long examples of year after year after year of political violence being festooned by the left wing and the right wing. They believe that if they antagonize you, you won't punch back. And unfortunately, most of them are correct, because some people are not willing to let themselves get hurt over simple conversations. They'll at least run and or walk away to a place of safety. But what they want to do is prevent you from being able to use your speech. Because they are in fact committing terrorism, statistic or otherwise, especially the most explicitly direct of such, to silence you. And if you are scared to defend yourself and allow them to scare you into silence, this terrorism wins. You have to be willing to fight back. And you not only have to be willing to fight back, you have to be willing to crush them outright. Do not give them a chance to get back up, because they do not understand honor. Or they do not care. Unironically, they are demons in free reign. That is the way that you have to look at the situation. And it does not mean the entirety of the spectrum. That means that person, that motherfucker, that nigga, right now, in that moment. If they've decided to make themselves a tyrant over you, Well, it's time to commit the action of Americanism. Something, 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 tree of liberty. Something, 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 watering. Click. And continue until safe. Then, when we've turned the temperature down by ending the threat, then we can have a conversation about morals and civility. Because as long as we're in a state of perpetual survival, nothing changes. It's not acceptable. It was never acceptable, and it had to change.
I understand.
So,
Maybe let me ask you then this way, where you say pointing fingers. What is the reason that we record crime statistics?
I don't know.
Would you agree with the fundamental premise that its primary purpose is risk assessment in determining who's most likely to be victimized? For example, and I hear this from the left, transgender or gay sex workers are more likely to be targets of violence than heterosexual sex workers, right? Those studies have come out, and by the way, those seem to be true. So we go, okay, these people are more at risk. The reason for crime statistics is to assess where the risk exists. Otherwise, it serves no purpose.
Okay.
Will we agree with that?
Fair.
Okay.
Sure, I'll trust your information on this.
Well, it's not information. It's just the reason. This is the why. Why else would we have crime statistics? Why would we record them? There's no reason. Just, okay, crime was committed. There's nothing we can do about it now.
I'll just have a history. I mean, is another potential reason, but sure.
What's the value in a history?
But history's so important, Stephen. Come on.
In what?
History matters. Oh my gosh.
But history is important in what?
In everything, right? History repeats itself, but I think it holds.
Welcome to Motel Parks. We are currently looking at a piece of content coming from Steven Crowder. He has decided to restart his Change His Mind series. This is the first video of 2. You're currently hearing me talk fiery content that can only be rested in the heart of an African American. This is a toy gun.
To your point that
Yes.
history matters because you're saying we've seen these
You don't want to repeat
violence events.
Yeah.
And we don't.
You don't want to repeat negative history.
Right,
So we agree.
right,
That's the
right,
reason for crime statistics. So if we look at those statistics and we look at the polls and we see an overwhelming number of those on the left at a ratio of 6-to-1 support violence compared to those on the right, and we see people being murdered in cold blood. If you are conservative, right-leaning in this country, and a public speaker, you are more at risk. How is that pointing the finger? It's identifying the problem and not repeating history, no?
Yes.
It becomes pointing the finger when they feel personally responsible. That's the honest answer.
Well, with data, sure. And data speaks differently than I think sometimes people do.
Sure.
No. This would have technically have been the kind of content that would have existed at the same time but differently than Charlie Kirk. And most people's interest is I go to college campus and I debate dumb liberals / libtards and own them compilation is directly counterposed to Change My Mind, where the full context of conversation is uploaded without being clip-chipped out of context, so that everybody understands where it's coming from. It looks like it would be that, but it's not that. Whether or not that he's using it that way on the long term remains to be fucking seen. But who fucking knows?
You know, and
more importantly, to the reaction that was already in progress. Oh! Get the fuck out of here with that. Statistics can be used to perpetuate a type of violence. If we are not able to use the unbiased result of a machine collating the data, if we cannot use ChatGPT, if we can't use Grok, if we can't use Sora 2, if we can't use any machine learning algorithm to collate numbers and then repeat those numbers back to us to help us address what is actually happening, then whose lying words and eyes do I have to perceive or react to in order to get a person to agree that identifying the problem is the first step to solving a problem? And if explaining why something is happening is just pointing the finger and blaming people, how do you solve problems? Because nothing isn't the answer.
And so I think how data is presented matters a lot.
I agree.
Pause. I agree. The way that data is presented matters a lot. So, if the data is presented in a way not to say black criminals, despite being only 13% of the population, ... and things to that energy, depending on whatever group it is that's being marginalized in the moment, it then becomes the case where you have to understand that liberty is at the core of most things, but liberty and justice are not the same fucking thing. It is not just, it is not fair that if I point my finger at you and I say, please stop hitting me, that you then make me write down on a piece of paper that says, and what could you have done to make this not happen that you could have done differently? What am I supposed to do? Disappear in the last 5 seconds? Pull a chaos control? Fucking say time wizard, time magic, and magic myself out of the situation that resulted in me getting violence set upon me? Because I can't. That's not justice. Unfortunately. And in the data heuristics, as we hear the small tiny Aiden that's in all of our heads, the data heuristics clearly show that X group is doing violence to Y group proportionately and disproportionately larger than Z group. If the heuristics show that, then the logistics of how to handle it does not become, okay, when a person reports violence having been done to them, we make them sign a survey that says, and in the future, what can you do differently to prevent yourself from being murdered by a gang? Bam! How do I report that? I've been murdered by a gang! If I don't have loved ones that tell my story and say my name, I might as well not exist. If a victim gets gunned down in a moment of violence, but his assaultant, his assailant, happens to be African American, is it a violent crime? Regardless of their skin tone. According to the left, it is in fact not. And it is immediately dropped. So does the media scene. They agree. They immediately drop it. In the same breath that I say this, I can then also say, black on black crime, one of the highest fucking domestic violence statistics in the fucking US. Higher than abortion. Higher than car crashes and car collision deaths. And at the same time, I can then also say, using the framework of that to then make some kind of statement that's followed by a slur like Junebug, Mudbug, Jigaboo, or show minstrel, tap dancing, and then saying, Mammy, during a debate is probably not good form. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the fucking data that tells us how we should respond to the problem. Because then you're just getting mad that you're being made aware of what a problem is. History is not just written by the victors. It is forgotten by the short-sighted. This is a feel-good argument. It ain't gonna feel good. You think it felt good being stabbed? No. Not for most people. As an African American living in the white South, surrounded by all these people, I can tell you for myself, there have been times where I've been treated poorly by people that say skin folk ain't kinfolk than I ever had by a person that could call me out of my name. I am friends with a man who ironically now has more in common with me, made possible by the lily white woman from the US living in Guernsey across the goddamn ocean. That bigot has more affection for me than somebody 2 hours in Atlanta would be given to me unless somehow I'm able to make money for them through my fame coming to the business. Let my name be Keith Lee. I immediately realize how quickly somebody gonna switch up. That's the problem. There's no data heuristic that changes human nature. Especially learned behavior. Especially ingrained culture. Actual culture and ingrained culture. Otherwise known as learned behavior and excuses being sold off on somebody else. Because monkey see, monkey do. The monkey in this statement is not being used as a justification to talk derogatorily. I can't speak, gum is in my mouth! Monkey in this instance is not being used as a case to speak derogatorily about a group. It is instead being used to specifically describe the idea of the adage of monkey see, monkey do. The fact I have to fucking give statements behind whether or not I'm giving fiery, violent rhetoric or just telling it like it is half the goddamn problem. Fake gun, fake gun, fake gun. The fact that we use AI and that there are people who won't pay attention to what's going on, they'll just see a weapon and they'll be like, hey, yo, is that gun waving a weapon around? And I have to keep saying multiple times, it's a fake weapon. It's a fake weapon. It's not real. It's a part of the conversation, bro. And the less said about the particular way that we go about the conversation on how we deal with those violent criminals that would otherwise keep violating us in society, that's an entirely different matter.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I really have on that particular thought. Were you wanting?
Well, I think actually, going to that point, the data that's presented, for example, right now in the wake of the assassination, and by the way, not just that, we haven't gone more than 3 days with a serious liberal attack, but a serious leftist attack, meaning in the ideology of the left. You have it right here, ICE. That happened. ICE facility. You had another one in, I believe, is it Alvarado or Alvarado? I don't know the right way to pronounce it. People were shot there. There was a bomb threat. The ABC affiliate. Okay, all right. It's like Houston, and then in New York they go Houston. I'm like, I don't know the rules. So forgive me. And then I have French-Canadian mom, so I mispronounce things because she taught me English. Nice. And then we look at the ABC affiliate, Jimmy Kimmel. We haven't gone more than 3 days. That's an acceleration right now. And the problem is, amidst that, the left is saying, actually, there's more political violence coming from the right. And that's the rhetoric we've been hearing, and it's dishonest. In other words, data is being presented to the public deliberately, dishonestly, to victim blame. And that's something that we face too, where if you back people into a corner who are avoiding conflict, who are not violent, there could end up being right-wing violence. And when that happens, it's very ugly, it's very effective, it's very swift. And the only way we avoid that is for the left to take accountability of it and for them to tone down the temperature. And by that I mean, right now, and this is where I show you, I think we both agree on this. So the two sources in the data, I don't care if you see my password, are the Prosecution Project, that's what's cited in The Economist and NPR, and Cato. These are the ones where they say, hey, right-wing violence is more prevalent. I'm sure you've heard that. Let me show you what they don't include in the data, because like you said, people speak differently than data. Remember this in Portland?
When was this?
Summer of Love, George Floyd riots. Aaron Danielson, shot point blank dead because he was a Trump voter. And the man, Reinhold, it was Michael Reinhold who shot him, told the cops, I got the Trump supporter, dead. We agree that's political violence?
Yes, of course.
Not a single one of these places cites it. It doesn't exist in their database.
The ones here in your black folder, but not here in this.
No, in there. You have all the sources.
Oh, these ones doesn't.
It's the same thing. The black folder is just those.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is they come from two places. TPP, the Prosecution Project, or a Cato study, which is reflected by the CSIS as well, where Cato tried to say there's 6 times the amount of domestic terrorism deaths. TPP said right-wing general violence. By the way, all of them agree that in the last year, since Donald Trump has been elected, even now they agree 2 to 3 times more leftist violence than right-wing violence. But that was never included. In other words, when they say there's more right-wing political violence, that's not included as left-wing political violence. You know what else isn't? All the riots, the billions in damages, the 37 dead during the George Floyd riots, the thousands of officers assaulted, the thousands of casualties, that's not included. You know what else is included? Darrell Brooks in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who ran people over in the parade out of an exclusive defund the police, Black Lives Matter, anti-white, black supremacist ideology. That's why he killed them. That's not included. I could go through example after example where you would just as clearly agree that is political violence. I'm not trying to pick a gray one. It exists nowhere. So why do you think that wouldn't be included in the data as left-wing political violence? Because that's the number cited by the left right now to justify it.
I think we have so much data that it's hard to even, especially in today's. Well, I don't know. That's weird because you're saying in the police recorded call they said
He spoke to the
Hello, Nana Hugs.
police before they shot him.
So it's on a 911 call. That
So this
they
is
got
on.
the Trumper.
Yeah, he was talking to the police. So
This
there's
is police cam video.
this is security camera video, and then I believe there's also police camera video and sworn testimony from the police. But he identified as 100% Antifa.
Yeah.
You can look at his social media. He went out there. There are even, I believe, interviews with this man before this was committed where he was talking about enacting political violence.
Yeah.
Did it, clear as day. Are you a Trump supporter? Yes, we've got a Trump supporter. Bang, bang, dead. All the studies from left-wing sources don't include that. Is that bothersome?
Yeah, I do think it is bothersome because we need to have the facts of the situations, any situation, regardless of where it comes from. And
Then why did you say that dumb shit you said earlier, lady? That kind of goes against the point of what you're trying to say here, no? Caveat this, please.
you talked about something you said earlier just reminded me of like the media is not portraying things accurately, and
Right.
that's adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
It's adding so much fuel to the fire.
On that, we agree. And can I ask you, and this is, by the way, there's no wrong answer. This is just an opinion. Why do you think that wasn't included? Why do you think the examples that I gave you, none of them were included? But any example of white on black violence, even if it was a Democrat voter, was listed as right wing. Any attack on a government building, even if it was Antifa, was listed as right wing. Why do you think something that clear
was not included?
Would it surprise you if the authoritative source that's being cited, the prosecution project, the author of it, was actually arrested himself on January 20th protesting Donald Trump, committing crimes, and that entire day was also omitted?
Probably not.
A member of Antifa who said we are an organized group and we confront fascists. That's the source that gets disseminated across. It seems that there might be a bias there. And these sources are being used to victim blame those on the right now. Where do you think those on the right go? Where we go, hold on a second, we're actually sitting down and having conversations, and we've been attacked and in some cases killed.
Right.
And then you came to the memorials and the vigils, and you celebrated it. A majority of people on the left, not all, not yourself, but too many celebrated it.
I don't celebrate it
No,
that way.
but many did, and we both know that we saw it.
I know you're right,
And then you came and blamed us and said we need to tone it down, and told us that we're more violent with clearly dishonest stats. That's why I say the both sidesing it doesn't help, because you're backing people into a corner, not you, the left, with lies. At a certain point, they're going to push back, and I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, so what do you think the answer is then?
I'll tell you what I think the answer is, twofold. One, the leadership of the left and the majority of the left. I think that the majority of people who identify as liberal, the reason you get those numbers 62 to 65, depending on the day, whether it's Rutgers or whether it's YouGov, I think they support political violence to varying degrees because they actually believe that those on the right are fascist, are Nazis, are genocidists, are racist, are homophobic, are sexist, because every single member of the Democratic leadership has said so.
Well, that's a problem with the cathedral, Stephen. That has less to do with the particular people in question allowing that to be a fucking thing. That's a problem in and of itself, for various reasons that have almost always been discussed and explained. In ways that should be pretty fucking straightforward when you come down to brass goddamn tacks.
Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Walz, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, every single one has made that comparison. I think it's incumbent upon the left to take accountability, say, look, we have gone too far here. This needs to be toned down. Of course, Donald Trump and his voters are not fascists who won't relinquish power, because he can't deal with fascists at a ballot box. And then I think we also states need to take this upon them, need to change their soft on crime policy. The no cash bail, the IOU policy, where you can simply say, I'll be back in court. Before Charlie Kirk, right, the story in the news was Zarutska, the Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed on that subway in North Carolina by a black man, Carlos Brown Jr. He was let out 14 times. And the last time he was let out by a left judge in the name of social justice, he was deemed unfit to stand trial, but they let him go back out into society because he said he'd be back. He said he killed an innocent woman. You know why? Because, hey, justice is racist. I don't know when it becomes racist, if it's at arrest number 11 or 14 or 6. But that needs to change. Those two things, accountability, change in rhetoric, ownership from the left, which will change the makeup of today's left, make us safer, and needs to change soft on crime policy. And I also advocate that conservatives take an approach of ruthless, lawful self-defense, because we've afforded grace where it is not warranted. What I mean by that is people who attack me and my family and many of my production members who've been attacked, violently assaulted, have taken the high road for a very long time, and that's why these people feel so bold to come to our memorials and still commit attacks. They need to know they can't do that. I want the left to be able to get up and have these conversations with no security, as they often do, and I don't want anyone on the right to go and violently disrupt it. The left needs to be afraid to come into our groups and commit acts of violence, because we watched entire cities burn down. We watched our own die, and then we watched it celebrated. And unless the left does this and takes this approach, it's going to get worse. There's no off-ramp. That's a genuine concern of mine. People are concerned about radicalizing, right? They talk about radicalization with echo chambers online. And there's nothing more radicalizing than an assassination and a party afterwards.
Yes, no, I agree with you.
That's why I'm sitting down doing this. And to let people know that we're not afraid to have these conversations. Now, of course, you know, we have bulletproof glass and flak jacket, and it's sad that it's here.
Right, right.
But it's necessary. That's what I think.
Okay.
Would you disagree with any of those approaches? Changing the rhetoric, taking accountability, and stopping the soft on crime revolving door criminality policy?
This is hard, Stephen, because I just feel like we don't have enough time to even really dive deep into each one.
Well, those
of
are two proposals.
Issues. I know, but I just need more.
How do you... I hate the... I don't know, Steven. I don't have enough time. There's not enough time. I don't like hearing the I don't have time, we don't have the ability to, it's not the place or the time, when the conversation has clearly needed to have people call on someone to be willing to answer in any way possible, and then tell people that's not an answer. Kyla did this not too long ago, a couple of days ago. I actively, when told multiple times in with various different ways, and sometimes with different and differing opinions, hey, we kinda need people to stop being criminal-like. And it amounted to, no, we're not gonna do that, we're going to keep acting crazy, and screw you for attempting to tell us to turn down the temperature anyways. It is to the intention and the likelihood that is probably one of the stupidest fucking things. One of the stupidest fucking things people could attempt to do, while acting like that is not the stupidest fucking thing they could attempt to do. Ridiculously so.
More time to process and really consider and to understand what you mean exactly with each thing, because I don't want to.
No cashless bail.
No cashless bail.
Yeah, so you have to post bail.
With that.
Okay, you have to post bail.
Post bail.
You commit a violent crime, you have to post bail. You're in jail. You're not allowed out.
Okay, so no cashless bail, meaning you're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to get out without paying any bail.
Without paying any bail, and like.
3-strike policy as well.
3-strike policy.
3 serious felonies, violent crimes.
Wait, hold on, bail though.
Yeah.
So you're saying if you can't make bail, you can't get out.
Yep. You have to wait for your trial.
No matter what the level of the crime is.
No, if it's a serious felony.
Only if it's a serious felony.
Let's even start with violent crimes.
Like
felonies, violent
rape,
crimes.
Something like that.
Assault, armed robbery.
Okay.
Burglary. Battery.
I think I could probably get behind that.
Okay.
I could probably get behind that.
She's not stupid. She's not crazy. Thank the Lord. So I can understand what he's trying to get her to understand. And I can understand why she's asking the question. Should a person be held in jail over a misdemeanor? Should a person be held in jail over a first offense. Should a person be held in jail if they are experiencing the problem of being put in the eyes of the law while being a woman, while being pregnant, while actively in the action of trying to race to the hospital to give birth because your husband's at work and he can't get off and no one is telling him that you're in labor and something, circumstances? Obviously not. Having a basic 3-strike policy, basic common sense. Not allowing activistic judges and activistic groups that specialize in media disruption and distraction, such as Sleeping Giants and Media Matters, conflate, obstruct, and misconstrue and mislead with news. Of course, make sure that they have to sit in jail. Do not let them leave without posting bail. If they cannot post bail, they don't leave. These are important. They're necessary.
Not a single leader in the Democratic Party is. Why?
Yeah.
So we could get behind that. No IOU policy for these criminals. You're deemed meant. Let's use DeCarlos Brown Jr. as a very clear example. We could use George Floyd as an example, too. He was arrested 6 or 9 times.
Actually, I'm so...
Okay, that's fine.
I have to go to class.
Okay, well, please peruse those sources. Your name is Christina. Let me get your last name so if I want to go see your material.
Yeah, well, I perform under a stage name, and I wouldn't say it anyways.
Could you write it down for me if I don't show it to anybody?
I will write it down for you, but you won't be able to find me. I'm not like a big, like,
Okay.
I just started a year or so.
This girl's scary. I do stage performances, but I will not let you know where my venue is. No, I feel like I'm going to get embarrassed and made fun of if I go on stage and engage in content. I feel like this, Stephen. You have to understand. I feel like this. Whoa.
Well, I was going to follow up maybe if I see it, send you some notes of encouragement because I could have used that when I was starting.
Okay.
If you write it down, I promise you no one will see it.
Okay. But I don't know how you're going to send me anything.
Well, just no vibes, I think is the term that's used now.
No
I'll be watching.
vibes.
Know that I'll be out there going like, hey, go get him.
Well,
But
this is my stage name.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Good luck with this.
You too. God bless.
And I am, I just want to say, if it's really inappropriate, if anyone from the left or the moderate is right, we shouldn't be celebrating death. We need to be working together and being united in these things. Together we stand, divided we fall.
I agree with most of
Pink
that.
Floyd. Okay.
Thank
cool.
you very much, Christina.
Yeah,
Be
thank
well.
you.
God bless.
Stephen, I'm trying to listen to a political event. I'm not trying to feel like I'm in the middle of an electric company.
Well, that was surprisingly productive. And I say surprisingly, not in the context of change my mind, but in the context of what we see in today's social media highlight reels. I hope that we can keep this up. Let's move on to our next conversation with Madison, like the town.
Allow me to assert the premise today, which is that today, especially in 2025, I am presupposing that predominantly the political violence right now is coming from the left, setting a tenor and tone where everything you see here today is necessary. And if you disagree with that, you're more than welcome to change my mind.
Yeah.
All right, so which part of that, the left is predominantly responsible for the tone of political violence today, do you disagree with?
Well, I have to think that we first have to consider how many people are on the left and what is the true ideology and mythos behind this new occurrence of violence that we see with the left.
Okay.
Of course, I mean, there's potential skews of media. I don't doubt that crime is not happening, but how many people are truly committing crime out of the sake of leftism or out of the sake of radicalism, or could it be plastered on there just to get this ball rolling about narrative? The only other question that I had, a personal question about you, is, and it's a tough one.
Well, is it related to the topic?
It is.
Okay.
Would Jesus be on the left or the right?
Well, that's a conversation for another day. We talk about that in church quite a bit. I don't necessarily know that he would fit within the current American left-right paradigm. But I will tell you one thing. Jesus would certainly be against political violence as a form of intimidation or coercion. It seems to me like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not disagreeing with the idea, the uptick that there is an increase in political violence from the quote-unquote left. You're just not sure if you'd define them as left?
Partially, yeah. I just don't necessarily want to just assign political violence or terrorism directly to the left, because we see political violence across the world in forms of autocratic or conservative ideologies. So maybe China is a really good example. Arguably Russia. Of
leftist violence?
Of leftist violence, especially. Or, well, no, autocratic and conservative violence.
China would be conservative?
I would believe so, because they're an autocracy. So they have to practice conservative ideologies to obtain, they can't liberate their people. That's what the left is. That's what liberation is.
Well, I don't know how.
The left is liberation, and also China is a side of liberation. We're going to listen to that again.
Across the world in forms of autocratic or conservative ideologies. So maybe China is a really good example. Arguably Russia.
Of leftist violence?
Of leftist violence, especially. Or, well, no, autocratic and conservative violence.
China would be conservative?
I would believe so, because they're an autocracy. So they have to practice conservative ideologies to obtain, they can't liberate their people. That's what the left is. That's what liberation is.
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with the CCP, but they're communist. And they did so under the guise of liberating people. And then, of course, you don't actually have any democratically held elections again. So they are communist. They've done so to liberate people, namely from the decadence, the quote-unquote shackles of the Western world. I'm just a little bit, I guess, flummoxed as to how you would define communist China, the Communist Chinese Party, as right-wing.
Well, because when Marx wrote his communist ideologies, it was conservative-based. He didn't enjoy other people, races. He wanted to eliminate races.
What does it have to do with conservatism?
It has to do with human rights, because conservatism isn't looking to eliminate people from or define human rights. It's looking to remove human rights. Conserving the beliefs of the state and conserving the beliefs of elitism.
Okay, so what if you're...
Why is she so dumb? Why is she so dumb? Why is she so confident saying this? Why? Why? Let's listen to it again.
The Western world. I'm just a little bit, I guess, flummoxed as to how you would define communist China, the Communist Chinese Party, as right-wing.
Well, because when Marx wrote his communist ideologies, it was conservative-based. He didn't enjoy other people, races. He wanted to eliminate races.
What does it have to do with
It
conservatism?
has to do with human rights, because conservatism isn't looking to liberate people from or define human rights. It's looking to remove human rights. Conserving the beliefs of the state and conserving the beliefs of elitism.
Okay, so what if your premise is flawed? So what if conservatism, and I understand, by the way, I agree with you, it means different things across. For example, conservative in the UK. In Canada, you're basically a liberal or a liberal separatist. There's no real conservative party. But in the United States, it's not about conserving the state. As a matter of fact, our Constitution is very unique in that it said the state doesn't grant any rights. So it's preserving the Constitution where you are granted unalienable rights, meaning by God. And the state only serves to recognize those rights and protect them. And so if the state ever infringes upon the rights that are naturally yours by birthright...
But who assigned natural rights?
Well, that's the founding fathers who would be conservative. But natural rights being...
Republican?
Well, this was before the Republican Party.
Am I correct?
This is the Republican Party. I'm just thinking, so you would say communist China, conservative.
I would say it's autocracy that uses conservative.
Okay, but how is that conservative? For example, you say doing away with races. How is that conservative?
It conserves their power over the state, or over.
So you believe that conservatives want the state to have more power?
I think that we define conservative beliefs by our Republican values. But conservatism.
I'm not even joking because I was catching my breath. I'm joking because what the fuck is coming out of her mouth?
Across the globe looks very different.
Okay. Well, I agree that different parties, because there's also the Conservative Party, for example, whereas here it's the Republican Party. We're talking about conservatism in the United States. It seems to me that your presupposition is that conservatives, Republicans want more state control, want more government power, as opposed to the Democrat Party, liberals. Okay, that would apply over health care, what you can eat, what you can drive, taxes. They're more left, they're more liberal, more open-minded on the left with those policies. Okay, I would just disagree with that, considering if you just look at marginal tax rates and you look at gun policy, you look at speech policy, you look at energy policy, what you can drive. But going back to political violence, you said you wouldn't want to ascribe the uptick that we both recognize, political violence to the left. What would be required for it to be ascribed to the left? What if they said it was? Like, what if someone's...
I would say, like, I'm looking at this globally.
Well, let's talk about here in the United States, because that's what we're discussing. Yeah. Like, what I'm asking you is, what would be required if someone were to commit an act of political violence and you consider it on the left? What if they said it's because they're on the left? Would that count?
I wouldn't say so, no.
No.
I think if somebody is doing an act in towards the left, what side of the left and why? Because what we refer to as the left is now a religion and ideology.
I would agree with that.
This is a secular movement.
Secular humanism, yeah.
Well, you can really say demonic too, because like a lot of those people are nuts.
She is at least they're willing to admit what is obviously true. I couldn't reach the button in time for her because I was already stooped over.
To try to return back to their liberalist state, because in some ways liberalists believe that they've been robbed of human rights. It's a radicalism of people that, honestly, if the conservatives, like maybe 20 years ago, started assigning themselves the idea of human rights or like, you know, public policy and things like that, there would probably been a switch around for the conservative movement to be more actually the radical people.
Do you mean like the Civil Rights Act? Or like
Civil Rights
Emancipation Proclamation, freedom of speech policy, Section 230, Second Amendment? Do you mean those kinds of rights?
Those kinds of rights, but
if the right had been spearheading those?
And probably a little bit more socialist ideas. But of course...
Well, it's not just change the definitions, right? What you can't do, or I would disagree with doing, is saying racist means conservative, because it doesn't, right? Most slaveholders would be Democrat, and I know we would talk about how the parties have switched. You can't say KKK equal, those would be largely Democrats. There's nothing conservative about racism. There's nothing.
Again, I think that we're saying Republican parties and Democratic parties when conservative.
That's what we're doing. We're discussing it here in the States.
Assignment of Republican, because if you want to argue that Republicans were liberating people, wouldn't that constitute as the left nowadays?
Why would that be left?
Because they're liberating people from slavery.
Jesus wept. The left is liberating people from slavery. Therefore, good. Anyone against that, bad. Boo-boo-poo. Boo. Icky. It's like a child.
And it's a Republican mindset. We don't...
No, I don't see how that would be left at all. As a matter of fact, I think your fundamental flaw that I would argue is this idea that the left is more concerned with individual liberty. That makes sense why you would ascribe conservatism to communism. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who agrees with you. But right now, on the political violence, let me ask you this.
Karl Marx, he was a conservative.
Wanted to do away with the nuclear family, wanted to seize the means of production and distribution. I just won't agree with you that anything about that is conservative. The political violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Using conservative with Republican ideals, and the Republican ideal is to protect the family. In some ways, you could say it's conservative.
Sure,
family,
yeah, conservative,
again,
and Karl Marx wanted the state to be in charge of the family.
That is the American perspective on conservatism.
Okay.
But arrival of like what is liberalism, what is conservatism, we can't assign it to American Republican Party or Democratic Party because people hold left-leaning views in the Republican Party.
Sure.
We can say that Republicans want to liberate the world from war nowadays, at least with Donald Trump's administration, and that the Democratic Party wanted to do more war in, what was it, like Bush's era? Right? So what is the confusing?
Well, did you say Bush was a Republican? But I would agree with you.
Maybe is it Clinton? Clinton was.
Yeah,
Democrat?
I mean, I will say this: all presidents have been more pro-war than how they campaigned, with the exception of Donald Trump. I think we would agree on that. Political violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk in cold blood. Would that be leftist political violence?
I think that was a Satanist.
Okay. Daryl Brooks, Waukesha, running people over. He's a black supremacist who wanted to kill cops and white people. Would that be leftist political violence?
And he is a part of the BLM or black supremacy movement.
She's confused, but base? Question mark? Winning? It's hard to play it by ear with this woman. I don't know where she's getting her topics and her talking points from. I don't know how you get there, but she's getting there somehow. Somehow. Air quotes, somehow. Somehow we've gotten there from actually, you are dumb poo-poo head. Lol. And then also, the left are doing justice. They're freeing people from slavery. Completely not mentioning that part where they're then going into indentured, almost near permanent forms of slavery. If not wage slavery, debt slavery. A form of, I don't know, could you use TANF and food stamps as a form of indentured servitude and slavery? What would you call that? It's, not establishments. Entitlements slavery? I don't think there's a term to describe using food stamps and other government sources as a tool to keep them latched. I'm certain it's been discussed before, but I don't know the word off the top of my head at this exact moment. Since she's fighting really hard to not state the obvious truth.
And would you not consider that among the left? Antifa, would that be considered among the left?
I think that they're assigning themselves a party to assimilate with, but that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't account for leftist values. Because
Okay.
It doesn't account for leftist values when Antifa, the militant arm of the left, go out and say, I'm going to attack people, I'm going to assassinate people, I'm going to kill people, and I'm going to make sure I attack those that are against my enemies. AKA a Trumper. Said with a smile. Said with a smile. Or guffaw, actually. That's a guffaw. You can find that on places like Preacher and Lucifer.
So let me ask you, because I don't want to waste too much time on this. How would you curb political violence, right? The whole reason for crime statistics is a risk assessment to see who's most likely to be victimized and prevent it in the future. I get that you're in college, and I understand that things can be kind of nebulous or abstract, but there are real people dying, right? And some of them are people I've known, sitting in this exact. Okay. So where is the violence coming from in the country right now when you take into account Charlie Kirk? I mean, what just happened here down the road at ICE, or Alvarado, I'm not sure how it's pronounced as well. We haven't gone more than 3 days in the last 3 weeks without significant acts of self-identified leftist terrorism. How would you curb it? If you're going to curb political violence, and it seems like you're not willing to say that anything is political within the paradigm as it's universally recognized, what would you do?
I think people need to go off social media. They're becoming radicalized through that.
Sure. Okay. That's a place to start. I would say you need to go further than that. But okay. People need to get off social media. They're being radicalized by it. The man's death was televised. Nice 3 1s. The man's death was televised. Continue.
Okay.
How much time can you spend on TikTok, like, cycling through the same, like, violent ideologies? Because conservatives can have
I'm banned from TikTok because I said Xi Jinping has a small penis, so that's the Communist Party.
TikTok. I can say Instagram as well.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah. I agree that social media can be very toxic, but we're seeing real acts of violence. So assuming that you can't wave your magic wand and ban all social media.
Are you meaning in terms of like policies? Like if I had a seat in...
Well, we need to identify the problem. Where do you think the political violence is coming from more right now?
I think on a global scale.
In the United States.
Both.
In the United States.
In the United States, I can't speak on the United States because I don't think it's just the United States.
No, but...
Amau! I can't talk about the place where the most common examples are happening because I don't think it's just there. So if I can't talk about it in isolation, I can't talk about it at all, forehead. You're useless. You're unironically useless. Kappa.
But that's what the conversation is today. So if you don't want to, that's okay. But I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate the disagreement respectfully. You're never going to get me to say that the Communist Chinese Party is right wing.
Well, of course you wouldn't, because like you represent the Conservative Party and the Republican Party most.
Well, there's no Conservative Party here. I'm just conservative.
There are examples of people who are carrying out things violently, but it is not just the leftist ideology. It is a religion to something greater. And that's what I just want to assign it, is that because, yeah, of course. And like I've kind of already iterated my points, but.
No, and I think, yeah, and we would agree, Karl Marx loathed religion and wanted to replace it with the religion of the state.
Yeah.
And that's what we see from these leftists, but I appreciate you sitting down, Madison. Thank you very much. Are those furry pants? So that they look...
They're furry pants and what?
Well, they're fur.
Bear pants.
Oh, they're bear pants. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Shoes that are very, very exclusive and rare, but.
Sorry, what took you back when I said furry pants if they're bear pants? I didn't mean to offend you. They look like fur.
Well, they are bear.
Okay,
Boston.
they're bear pants.
Are you a fan of Boston?
My God, she's retarded.
No, not very much. I only spent a little bit of time there with the hockey exchange. Montreal, we do an exchange with the Boston, and it's an intensely uneducated and often quite racist people. But thank you very much, Madison.
Of course.
I appreciate you taking the time. God bless.
God bless.
And a moment, if I may, for a brief intermission, and the only time I'd be addressing the crowd this day, to issue a new challenge and lay out next steps.
Guys, this will be probably one of the only times that I address you kind of as a mass of people, because these usually end up being individual conversations. But I wanted to take a moment just to kind of communicate something here. When we started Change My Mind, the idea was back in 2016. I think the first ones were in 2017, so nearly a decade now. SMU was one of the very first places. And actually, I believe one of the very first places was me with a sandwich board in Burlington, Vermont, in a morph suit, because it wasn't on campus initially. But the more I went on campus, the more I saw the failures of the institutions. And I want to be really clear about something. This was never designed to mock, denigrate, or dunk on students who don't know any better. It was always designed to highlight the failures of the institutions, because I was dumbfounded as to the fact when leftists would sit down that this was the first time they were hearing mainstream conservative views. So it was always about highlighting the failures of institutions, and that includes media, but certainly academia. And that's why the next step, and something we've been trying to put together for a long time, but no one has agreed to do so, and why I'll be announcing this publicly and reading it out, we're actually going to be starting or calling for formal debates with professors at schools. And the only way we can think to get these people to show up is to offer up $10,000 to the school for whatever cause of their choice, to their institution, and reach out and, oh, Lane, sorry, your phone locked. Where's Lane? Your phone, see, I have to read this off his phone because I just had to get the list. Can you hold it open? All right. And so we have reached out, and any Tom, Dick, Harry, or Karen who will respond
and take the $10,000 offered up as a charitable contribution in any of the departments of political science or liberal arts at the University of Texas, at Kansas University, UCLA, Cal Berkeley, Stanford, USC, Penn, Penn State, Columbia, NYU, Harvard, Boston University, any of their esteemed professors in these schools who are willing to have a debate with a college dropout comedian. They can name the time, the place, pick the moderator and the rules. It should be an easy day out. And I encourage anyone who has any friends at these institutions, or if you have an association, to encourage their professors to do so. Or we can have a civil dialogue and maybe get to the root cause as to why you've been failed as students. You've been failed. It's time to go straight to the top to the people who failed you. We'll announce this publicly and post this list publicly, and I'll update you guys if anyone reaches back out. No luck yet. I very much appreciate you doing the work that your professors in many cases refuse to do. Thanks.
I don't think he'll get messages, because they never ever do. If he gets somebody who reaches across and wants to take the money, they're specifically going to try to do it as a dunk to try and make optics out of it. Which, this is where the format becomes not that great, because it's just like when Jubilee tries to do anything in a format. I would not say that Steven is on the level of being a media content troll like Jubilee. Because inherently the nature of something like Jubilee, choosing to use people's desire to talk about attention and to talk about subject matter and topics, at the same time to then pull their hand back and say, "Psych!" and take that from everybody else that would want to have the ability to make content off of what's being said, have their opinion, not have their view molested, or the way that it tends to work out, we be basically forced into a position where I can't make money off my views, but Jubilee can make money off my views, despite transformatively changing content. Because if I make that content on YouTube, I don't receive cash. But if I make that content on Twitch, and then I clip that content onto Kick, and then I clip that content onto Twitter, and then I clip that content onto TikTok, and then feed it back to my YouTube shorts, then I get paid. I in no way, shape, or form see how that is comparable one-to-one. But when you do things like that, even if it is in the intention of having good formative debate, it's like a monk debate. It doesn't amount to shit. Not dick. It don't amount to fucking dick. Not dick. Shit. Period. Again, if a content creator creates content but nobody reacts to that content, did that content creator smash the topic and destroy it, defenestrate it, beat them out, BTFO, make them run for the hills? Or is it just another piece of bluster that people are never gonna fucking hear? Is it cope? You decide. That's unfortunately how it goes. I see what he's trying to do. But he's probably not going to get a response. Because why would they want to post their L's publicly? They don't want to post their L's publicly. I'll be right back. 3-minute break. Excuse me, chat, while I run this shit to the kitchen. I gotta put in an ad break for the people on Twitch. I return. Still about 24 seconds of ads. I think. Consider becoming a member of the Negrohood today. Give your money to African Americans. Prove that you love black people. And sub to Carl. Do it today. Do it now. Welcome back, Twitch users from the ads. As I was saying earlier and before, become a member of the community. Become a member of the Negrohood. Sub to Carl. Give him your money today. Or you hate black people. Type shit.
Thank you. All right, now back to the regular programming, the changing of minds. Meet Andrew.
So I'm asserting that today, by and large, the tone, the temperature in this country, and the majority of political violence is coming from the left.
Okay.
And it's reaching a really serious boiling point. I've been observing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that violence doesn't occur across the board, but predominantly from the left. If you disagree, you're more than welcome to change my mind.
Yeah, so one thing, I'm curious where you think that political violence comes from, just kind of as a general.
The reality of the world. That's where the political lens comes from. It comes from the political lens of what you can physically go outside and see right now. Otherwise, where would it be coming from? What would be the thing that would be causing people to have that reaction if it weren't the case that it's coming from directly the actions that are being done to them by those that are choosing to then victimize them politically or otherwise? It's not happening in a vacuum.
Where the violence on the left comes from?
Just where political violence, comes from, or on the left specifically, either way.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you where it comes from on the left exactly.
Yeah.
I can tell you because I've been on the receiving end many times. So the reason I stopped doing Change My Mind for years is because every single time out there was some kind of attack.
Yeah.
For exactly the kind of conversation we're having right now.
Right.
And the ones that you've seen. I don't come out and instigate, but some people yell at me. Rocks, concrete milkshakes, Molotov cocktails, slashing tires, doxing. With Charlie Kirk, you're just seeing one that got through. He had all the security before he was assassinated in an act of leftist terrorism because there were many close calls.
Yeah.
So that then empirically, that the recent polls from YouGov, from Reuters show that a majority of those on the left believe that political violence is somewhat to completely acceptable.
Yeah.
In contrast to the right, so I'll address leftist political violence. If you refer to your political opposition, Donald Trump and his voters, as fascist, compare them to Nazis, say they're racist, they support oppression of blacks through the police force, say that they want to commit genocide and erase trans people because they don't believe that children should transition or biological men and women's sports, they're sexist, homophobic, and say, for example, specifically on Donald Trump, and this is the entire DNC, as far as national figureheads, saying, and you won't have another election again.
Yeah.
Because he won't give up the reins of power. If I believe that, I'd be in the street with a gun.
Right. So I guess from my view...
Do you understand that? Would you agree with that kind of premise?
No, I understand where that's coming from. And I think really, like, what has changed recently is there's been more hatred in politics. I guess, can we kind of agree with that?
Yes. Can you agree on who's been bringing the hatred in politics? If you can do that, we can get 50 billion ways till Sunday, buddy.
I think that there's been increasing violence. I think that progressivism necessarily is predicated on divisiveness and hatred. I don't think that's the case with conservatism.
Interesting. I guess what part of progressivism do you think comes with that? I mean, like...
Racial division, gender division, classist division.
Right.
I mean, you don't see the right saying, hey, these people are fascist and they want to genocide you.
No, that's fair.
So, and I think it's a necessary because, for example, leftism, socialism, right, you seize the means of production and distribution.
Right, yeah.
That requires violence. Lowering marginal tax rates does not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there are forms of leftist ideology that have violence inherent in them, but I think there are also a lot on the political left. For example, my siblings, we get along like fantastic, especially in an...
I did not hear that sentence. Repeat that, please.
Classist division.
Right.
I mean, you don't see the right saying, hey, these people are fascist and they want to genocide you.
No, I think that's fair.
And I think it's a necessary because, for example, leftism, socialism, right? You seize the means of production and distribution.
Right, yeah.
That requires violence. Lowering marginal tax rates does not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there are forms of leftist ideology that have violence inherent in them, but I think there are also a lot on the political left. For example, my siblings, we get along.
There's a lot on the public left?
Lowering marginal tax rates does not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there are forms of leftist ideology that have violence inherent in them, but I think there are also a lot on the political left. For example, my siblings, we get along like fantastic, especially in an age where people lose relationships over politics. I'm really thankful to not have that be.
I swear I cannot hear the word he's saying.
You seize the means of production and distribution.
Right, yeah.
That requires violence. Lowering marginal tax rates does not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there are forms of leftist ideology that have violence inherent in them, but I think there are also a lot on the political left. For example, my siblings, we get along like fantastic.
I can't understand what he's saying in that sentence. I guess I'm just gonna have to let that go.
Especially in an age where people lose relationships over politics. I'm really thankful to not have that be the case. Have two siblings on the left. Both my parents are moderate political right. And
can I ask you, are your siblings, like, would you say significantly left?
I'd say, as policy-wise, fairly so.
How did they respond to the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Oh, they were like fully in supportive of my devastation at the fact.
How did they respond to so many people on their side celebrating the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Oh, they were fully against that. And
well, that's why you can be friends with them.
Right, and I think at the end of the day, I guess I'll just explain my view a little bit. As someone who's a man of faith and trying to kind of get less into the political sphere and more towards like how can I be bold in my faith, I don't see political violence as the problem. I see it as the symptom, and I think the problem is our lack of religion. And I think in order to then solve that problem, we need to kind of tackle it from the roots. And I know one thing you talk about, for example, is...
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I think like we see a lot of crime in inner cities, right? Especially with young kids. That's not the problem. The problem is fatherlessness, right? And the crime is kind of the symptom of that. I think I kind of see see this in the same vein, right? Where we see this increasing political violence, and we have the question of like, how do we solve it, right? And I know I heard you kind of talking before, and you said like, well, it's on the left to solve it. But I think
on the left, I disagree with it. No matter who has the opinion, it is not on the left to solve it. It is on both sides to solve it. As long as you throw the problem at the feet of somebody else, they will always say it's not my fault, it's your fault.
What was that?
That it's on the people on the left to solve the violence problem.
No, I said it's it's incumbent upon them to take accountability for it. Yeah. And just even because I want you to continue, but if I may address your point, yes, I do believe that godlessness is the root. Is that what you're saying?
Right,
the root cause of it. Okay. Who seeks to replace faith in the Father with the state? Who seeks to replace God with the state?
I mean, I think it's the ideology of atheism more so than it is a political.
No, it's a political ideology of the left. If you look into Marx and Engels,
I mean, I think that's a symptom, though.
Well, but that is the goal of leftist policies, right? Is replace God with the state. State is your God.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the root of the left.
In some vein, I think that's true. But again, I think religion comes first, and then politics outgrow from that. And it's interesting. So one thing, when Charlie was shot, I was devastated, especially as a young conservative man. It kind of really hit close to home because I was like, he was like an older brother to me, right? Like it was like just like a shocking moment, and like seeing people celebrate it, I was like, they'd celebrate my death too if they cared enough, right? I'm not relevant, but if I was relevant, they'd celebrate my death too.
Yeah.
And I caught myself.
You're breathing and you're not a part of the left. You're relevant. I should have taken that quick fist. Fuck.
The day after, I go, I don't know how we can live with these people. And I'm kind of mad at myself for saying that. And the reason is...
Why?
Jesus never lived like that, right?
What
and
do you
his followers never lived like that, right? They endured persecution as the cost to spread his message. And I think that as either conservatives or people who are followers of Christ, we're called to do the same thing. And I think that it's not necessarily like awful to say something like this, but I think it can also be kind of pragmatically unproductive because I don't think it actually goes at what the root cause is. And I think if we want to tackle,
no, I'm fine. Don't worry. You can mess us all up.
If we want to tackle the root cause, our efforts should be on that, right? Should be on spreading Jesus and like taught.
Sure. Well, I agree with that, and we do discuss faith quite a bit. I'm in the show, we have Friday Apologetics episode.
Yeah.
But I would say that I would posit that it's misguided.
Okay.
Sell your cloak and buy a sword. Right. Jesus did not ask for his followers to die for their faith as a primary mechanism of spreading the faith. And he did talk about protecting themselves. Jesus conquered death. You can't.
Right.
Now, I know we all conquer death through the salvation, right? But as far as here, that's a very different, and I think that asking people on the right, especially people who are fathers, mothers, to willingly put ourselves out there and endure not only violent assault, but assassination, I just don't know how that's going to solve anything. Maybe you would have a point, and I don't know that I would agree theologically, if after the death of Charlie Kirk, if the left, and I've been saying this, the off-ramp for the left was saying, okay, look, we said that these people are fascists, we said that they're Nazis, we said, and people out there, my God, believe them, we're really sorry, we need to tone this down. Instead, you saw a gleeful celebration thereafter. Polls that show a majority of those on the left believe it's somewhat to completely acceptable, and then blaming the right for violence and saying, you guys need to tone down the temperature. There is no living with those people in their current state until they change. They need to be redeemed. And I understand they need Christ to redeem them.
Right.
But we can't be sitting ducks.
No, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to defend ourselves, but like, if we look at how the apostles taught, right, I think all but one were crucified or exiled for their views, right? Jesus said, not you might undergo persecution, he said you will go under persecution if you follow me, right? I mean, baptism is referred to as joining Jesus in death, right? We have these kind of, we have these very strong, either depending on the situation, metaphors or direct instructions that we will undergo persecution. And the reason that we're able to do that is we know that we're saved through Christ, right? It's the most beautiful thing, right?
And I understand, but this is one thing where I do get off with a lot of modern Christian theology.
Right.
And I think that you'll probably find more consistent teachings like in Orthodoxy, for example. And I'm not Orthodox, or even, what traditionally the Catholic Church, I know there's been splinters, is no one is called to die. No one is called to die. I shouldn't say no one. We are not called to die as a primary means of spreading the gospel. And right now, Charlie Kirk, let me put it this way, he was hunted.
Yeah.
By definition, he was hunted, just as I have been hunted. And you're one viral tweet, you're one viral video, one post away from being hunted yourself. And for us to say, well, let's just deal with them in love. When you look at systemically, right, we'll use the term the left does. Systemically, people who commit violent crimes against us, they're released on the IOU policy.
Yeah.
Right? Cashless bail. Hey, you're not fit to stand trial. Think of Irina Zarutska before Charlie Kirk. That guy was out 14 times. George Floyd, I believe, was 6 or 9 times.
Yeah.
It is an evil, evil ideology that has permeated the halls of our institutions that does need to be dealt with. And I don't think we can deal with that by just turning ourselves into martyrs. I'm willing to be a martyr.
Yeah.
I don't want to be.
No.
Don't say that, Stephen. No. You are not prepared to be a martyr, because no one's prepared to be a martyr. The only people who are prepared to be martyrs are people who have nothing left. And unfortunately, if a person has nothing left, they've got a lot more problems than just trying to off themselves for the political movement, or be an example of someone who was off for the political movement. You don't talk like that. You ain't about no. Don't talk like that. You're not really about that. No. Let us not forget the last thing that you were involved in. No. I don't think you've switched all the way around yet. No. Stay on this straight and narrow path for 5 years and show that you've worked out your fucking anger and you've gone to anger management. Then we could talk.
Oh, no, I don't think you should necessarily want to be. But I think if we're both looking historically as to how the gospel was spread, it was spread through people who were willing to die for their faith.
Sure.
Gentlemen, it is not you must die for your faith. It is you must stand on both 2 feet and rile for your ambition. Technically, die for your ambition, based on the idea of being in gladiatorial combat. That's what that statement of the scripture was meant for. You have to stand on your 2 feet and bear witness. And if bearing witness means you have to die for your ambition, that's one thing. Dying for your beliefs is not. Because the person who's dying for his ambitions is a potential conqueror. The person dying for their belief is the Jewish person who's standing on the side of the Euphrates River, of the Euphrates River, of the Euphrates River, the Euphrates River, where Sargon actually brought sword and boot to ass and slayed and conquered and laid, and says, well, I can't find myself, Lufin. I can't pronounce the word right. Every time it comes out of my mouth, I say it wrong. Because that is a shibboleth. That's Jews inside of West Berlin and East Berlin and anywhere you could find a Nazi with a gun saying, no, I will not hide. The Lord will keep me. Lord, save us well. Because then, all you have there is somebody standing over you saying, they killed me, they killed me, and it is both not your job to turn up 10 times for the Lord. It is not your job to air it out, especially not anywhere near a tomb. And you do not need to bust it down in the Doonies for the AD 2000s and the 99s. You don't have to. It's not your job. The most powerful thing you, that are not in the position of being a content creator, can do is tell other people about the guy that is. That's unfortunately the position that we have. If our job is not to be the person who's in the position, but be the one who tells other people of the person who's in the position. So, that means if you are a member of this audience, hey guys, you should go see this thing that Carl's doing right now. And if I'm not the one in the position doing it, hey guys, you should pay attention to this thing that's happening right now. Pay attention to this thing that's happening right now that I'm showing you on social media. That's what you're supposed to do. You should be defending yourself tooth and nail. At no point in time should you be putting yourself in harm's way so that you can get clout on the internet. If you will somehow find yourself being an owner of a business and you have to take a stance, take that stance, but know that it is nobody's job to come help and rescue you, because people are not supposed to risk their life for other people, because personal responsibility comes before civic duty. They can't help you because they can't even help themselves. So the idea that the one who tells people in the parish, a pastor who's got a fucking jumbo jet to go do ministry around the world, should ask me to give until it hurts me, that's not fair. That's not how that works. That's not Christ-like. That's not in the scripture. Not a goddamn page tells you to do that. Because first off, the possession doesn't belong to you. That's the first reason. You don't need to die as a martyr because your life doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Christ. That's the first step. Assuming that you follow the book. My holy book, my holy book, my holy book. Secondly, in proceedings of your life not belonging to you, your job is to do what you were called for. So if you were called by the Lord, to be a noisemaker and bring people's attention to things you need to talk about, that's your job. That's your role. That's your position. You play your position, you do your job, and you do your fucking role. If you somehow fail at that job, that's okay. The Lord forgives you. Pick yourself up, dust it off, try again. Boom, done. Stop festooning that you want to be a martyr. Stop festooning you want to be a martyr until somebody plugs your card.
In fact, I see it in the same vein as...
Man, Stephen, right? I was named after the first martyr.
Right.
I'm like, thanks, Mom.
I'm Andrew, so also understand. Yeah. No, I think that...
That's because I'm the one that's actively pushing them through, Casbah. However, you are saying C-U-N-T-Y. I can't help you when you say country matters. For the other one earlier, that was bullshit, and that's why I approve those.
Sorry, just kind of losing my train of thought, but...
That's okay, brother. I get it.
Yeah, so both how the gospel was spread historically through people who were martyred, and then also in kind of modern examples, right? A necessary sacrifice of being a man is being willing to die for others, right? It's not that we want to die for others, it's not that we shouldn't defend ourselves, right? And I think one key thing is like, Jesus loved everyone, but the way he loved them was not through being passive, right? I mean, very clearly, the way he loved people was by unequivocally telling them the truth, right? And he didn't back down, right? And it got him killed for telling the truth, right? But he also loved everyone, even those who hated him, right? I mean, he spoke out against the Pharisees, he spoke out against other religious hypocrites, he spoke out against those committing sins, right? And I think the same form of love that he practiced is what we should try to practice within that, because at the end of the day, this violence is going to keep continuing.
Yeah.
And
do you mean like sitting down at a table and allowing anyone who will discuss it to listen, having a dialogue like this?
I think you're doing exactly what
Because we get killed anyway.
Right.
You know what else you need to be willing to do? Not just willing to die.
Yeah.
Willing to fight.
Yeah.
Willing to kill if it comes to it. I'm not talking about going out and killing people in the streets. I'm talking about you are called as a Christian man. I'm assuming you're not married.
Correct.
Otherwise, you just moisturize.
Not yet.
You are called to protect your family with your sword. You are called for righteous violence when needed. And people have misconstrued what I've said, where I've said it is time for ruthless, lawful defense. And what I mean by that is I've been attacked so many times at these things where I've said, not anymore. We're not going to allow it. I don't know if that milkshake is strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, concrete, or acid.
Yeah.
I agree with you. But just like a father who loves his child, you spoil the rod, you spare the child, right?
Right.
We love this country, and we see an evil permeating it.
Yeah.
And speaking truth sometimes is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And we got to keep our chin down and hands up.
Right.
And I don't think we have any disagreement. And I don't think that this statement is unproductive. It's the truth, and the truth is merely the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I'm not saying that telling the truth is not productive, but I think at the end of the day, you do have to go to the roots. And even if, let's just say we all carry guns around. As Christian men, we defend our families, right? If we still allow atheism as an ideology to become widespread because we don't have these conversations, which I think what you're doing right now is like exactly what we need to be doing.
Oh,
right?
good.
Oh, and it's totally what Jesus did, right? He talked to everyone, right? He said, I'm here. Come talk to me.
I don't know if Jesus ever sat down with a self-identified bionic furry, but times change.
No. But I mean, he talked to the Samaritan woman, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she was like, why are you even talking to me, right? I'm a Samaritan, you're a Jew. And so I think like he was willing to have the tough conversations. He was willing to spread love to everyone. And I think in our current context, if we simply go around, we fight using the sword, right? It's not necessarily about...
Well, I'm not advocating that.
No, and we should defend those who matter to us, and we should defend ourselves. But at the end of the day, if we don't tackle the root problem, it's just going to get worse. And I think, at least from my perspective, what we're seeing is kind of my parents' generation, that kind of like, what was it, Gen X? Was the first generation that rejected Christ en masse as a generation. But they still accepted the moral precepts.
I'd say the baby boom, because a lot of them...
It's more like they adopted the traditions. A lot of people like to say something, 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 boomers, something, 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 yuppies, something, 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 Gen X, something, 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 Gen YZ, something, 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 Gen Alpha, adopting and abandoning the religious framework, but adopting the moral principles. It's more like they're adopting versions of traditions, and they're mixing and matching the ones that do and don't work. So they'll take the parts that enable them to have politics. They'll take the parts that enable them to understand each other as a people. They'll take the parts that allow them to get to the grassroots of exactly what it is that they understand and appreciate about themselves, the world around them, and the people that they're with. But they are not necessarily accepting the other parts that come as a consequence of everything else that it comes from the consequence of. So you can't take the information of something pretty obvious, such as the intentions between an African American and any other group that would normally be involved in some type of understanding of the discussion, and apply it to that group as that group is to be understood and believed as a part of said discussion. Because now you're talking about the kind of problem that brings issues to entire groups that otherwise would not be able to identify themselves as a part of it, that can't actually address the thing that's being described because they reject something on a framework of understanding, but they accept something on the functionality of the fact that it works to what it is you're doing and saying and believing and endorsing. Because, as we've talked about before on another broadcast as well, if you are not X, but you have the same follow-through that you tentatively and culturally live as X despite being Y, where X represents the group and Y represents what you are, why is it censoring FKN? When you behave not as a Christian, but with Christian concepts and politics, to the point where your moral framework is the same, because you are making value judgments that are explicit on the exact framework of hierarchies as narrated in the totem pole, that was at the key basis of Jordan Peterson's opinions, a layout in which I broke down in Clean Your Spirit, bucko. You are, in fact, literally the exact same. That means, by all tenements, treat it like it's a keyword. If Christian is an archetype, you're playing a Christian social archetype. And that Christian social archetype I'm looking at my feed. Up, there we go. Okay. For a second there, I was looking at my feed and I thought, oh, here it goes. I'm getting banned on Twitch. Because my shit started disconnecting. If you are a Christian in culture and traditions that you adopted from your parents alone, you are no different than the equivalent of being a mono white blue. Blue, white, and red are the colors of Christianity, no? You are no different than a monolith blue, white, red with a Legion commander that wins the game by forcing your enemies to mill out their deck. Because your moral framework and your moral arguments are stronger than their moral framework and their moral arguments. Otherwise, you find yourself in a position where you are incapable of actually making value judgments because you do not know what you valued in the first place. And if you are reactionary in a way where someone says you are X, and instead of actually looking at the value judgments that go along with it, you reject it outright. And this does in fact include saying, yes, I'm a Nazi, and you are doing less effective work to help deal the problem than solve that problem. So, to use the framework, if you have the viewpoints of a moderate Christian or a moderate person who belongs to Christ, and you are someone who has Muslim or Sikhism or Zoroastrianism as a faith, whatever religion you have, even if you come from the Holy Church of the Bible and barbecue and back shots, where the food is popping and so is the sister's ass, you cannot find yourself being forced to cope to something that you don't agree with if you know for a fact that the thing that you are not is not insert slur that represents the other here. So, if someone walks up to you and tries to pull a peacemaker and says everything you like, everything you are, everything you associate with, everything you prescribe to, everything you say you want is racism, bigotry, Nazism, your immediate correct response is to say, lol, no. Now, would you like to come into the house of barbecue and back shots? We have a 2-for-1 Bible special going on. You can get some white meat and some dark meat, and then some fine shit in some white meat and some dark meat. We'll bring your plate out to you, and even let you hit the jiggle cheek on the back end for free. Boom, boom. Should you choose to tell them this, and they still keep saying, no, you want clean streets, and you want safe neighborhoods, and you want inner cities that have education for the children, and you want people to feel safe in their homes, and you act like this is normal to have, and that makes you a Nazi, your response, your immediate core response should be, yes, and white power, and black power, because Lord, I love the power in that skin. Look at it with a walk. Look at it, jiggle, sir. And you should be as irreverent as possible until they either stop calling you a Nazi because it's not going to work and you're not going to cope to it, or they're going to have to find a new way to attack the framework. So, if you've ever seen the clip and the meme and the opinion of, I'm not a Christian, I'm not religious, I think your religion is backwards, but if I use it against you, maybe you do what I want, that right there. In fact, I'm going to find that meme and I'll show it to you, just to make sure everybody's on the same page of what I'm talking about. Found it. I don't know why it's fucking words, but I found it. So if you've ever come across this meme in the wild, or something like this meme in the wild, where you should do X because Jesus said to be Y somewhere in the Bible, no, I'm not a Z, and I have nothing but contempt for your backward religious beliefs, this argument wouldn't work on me, but if you'll use it on you, you'll do what I want. If you've ever been put in a position where somebody has used this logic on you, and yes, I thought you were for free speech is the exact same argument, it's the exact same energy, your response should literally be, yes. And because they don't have a response afterwards. They are trying to manipulate you in your value structure. Because they are doing the equivalent of trying to give you political cooties. That's what they're doing. They're trying to give you political cooties. They're trying to make you into a neo-reactionary, and they're trying to give you political cooties. So that you intrinsically say, oh, ew, cooties! You said that you want to clean the streets. That means you're a libertarian. Oh, I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a law cook. You said that you like white people, so that means you're a Nazi. No, I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a Nazi. I've come inside of lots of women. You said you love thy neighbor. That means you're a fucking loser. And bitch, it's 1 part frame control. It's 2 parts antagonism. How you respond depends on where you are mentally in the comfortability of the framework of how you feel about yourself and your viewpoints. You are not expected to deal with that. But should it happen to you, and it probably has already, and if it hasn't, it's going to happen eventually, you should know what your beliefs are, and you should be at least willing to argue with them to people who will hear you out. It is not your job to try and convince people until you're blue in the face that they're being retarded. Because it is a choice, and they are choosing to do it to you on purpose. It doesn't help. As much as we make fun of the Reddit atheists, unironically can defend against this so easily. Because they don't believe in religion. They believe in science. Which really, technically, is scientism, depending on who you're talking to. But they come at somebody with a religious argument that's meant to have a moral framework that's used to shame somebody into basically stepping down and disagreeing with the opinion they would have defended, and then immediately doing what the person who's heckling them wants. They say, "Bro, I don't believe in that. I'm agnostic. I'm not for religion. I don't believe in this stuff." Because then they can follow it behind with statistics. So, with that woman earlier, saying how statistics shouldn't be used in that framework, that's the same thing as saying you shouldn't use these hateful statistics about blacks and minorities. This is used to harass black and brown people. What would Jesus think? The Reddit atheist should be capable of saying, bro, what the fuck you talking about, bro? Bro, I don't believe in that stuff. I don't believe in that fucking that stupidity. Like, it doesn't help. It doesn't help anything. That's like walking up to a white person And when you say to them, bro, do you even know what NWA stands for? They immediately pause the music, and with all the love in their heart, they say, bink. Of course, it's Negroes with Aptitude. And then go right back to listening to the gangster music. It is an unsettling thing that needs to be used to unsettle the people who are using it to unsettle you. First, don't be unsettled. Secondly, know how to counter the tactic. Thirdly, be firm in your positions and do not buckle. This is where you then use all of that religious fervor of yours. And you say, I will not be moved. Granted, I will not be moved should look something like walking away from the crazy person trying to bait you into an argument. Do that, you'll be fine.
And turned it into weird Christian hippie shit.
Yeah, right.
You know
so
what I mean?
No matter who we said it was, but they were the first ones to reject it, but they still accepted the moral precepts that Christianity taught, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still accepted we're all human beings, murder's wrong, theft's wrong, sexual immorality is
men are men.
wrong, men are men, right? Still accepted by that generation. This new generation is saying, if we don't believe in God, we don't have to believe in any of that stuff. And I think that's the ideology that's resulting in this political violence, right? Because it's the
well, I would take it one step further. It's the marriage of that ideology with government as a means of enforcing it. And that's Marxism, that's socialism.
Yeah.
And that's why if you look at the left, the modern political left, it is deeply anti-God in every facet. It says there is no such thing as a life until literally it's outside of the vaginal lips. Not even, by the way, and I don't say that to be, and I think we should be shocking as Christians truth, because we're not even just talking about in the uterus. Literally until it leaves the vaginal lips, it's not a life. And sometimes, we saw Governor Northam, even afterwards, we might allow that child to die. We should allow children to mutilate their genitals, right? Be on puberty blockers. Not only that, we should take children away from their parents if they want to protect them and hide them in Minnesota where the parents can't find out about them. This is deeply evil, and the means of enforcing said evil is the state, and the only side interested in doing that en masse is the Democrat Party and the modern political left, and so I don't think you can separate the two. And my only disagreement, it wouldn't be disagreement on any, I don't think anything as far as our precepts, is on the methodology. There's a big reason that Gen Z has become more conservative. And a big reason for that is that people like myself and people like Charlie Kirk and a lot of people who sort of, spearheaded this, we were no longer concerned with offense. The church was very feminized and very concerned with keeping the tithes in because women brought their kids to Sunday school, and you know what? We don't want to offend anyone, and I think being curt but honest and blunt and having a backbone has resulted in a lot more headway than this sort of agape love Christianity. And it doesn't mean that you don't love people. But this conversation, I used to get more letters from Christians when I would start this exact kind of thing, saying, you know that's going to offend people. I don't give a shit.
No, and I don't think it's wrong necessarily. I think that it would just be more helpful to, I guess, kind of tackle what I see as the root cause of all of this. In the rise of atheism, because at the end of the day, if we just treat the symptom, right, it's what the welfare state did, right? It treated the symptom.
Sure.
But if we don't tackle the problem, and if we do both at once, I think that's great, right? If we say,
I think that's what I think. We need to do both at once.
So I suppose the inherent statement, because I do see a lot of political violence on the left, that statement is not necessarily wrong. I just don't think it's the whole picture, and I think the accompanying statement must always be made that this political violence and hatred comes at the root source from the idea that we don't have a God, there's no objective morality, and that's what's resulting in that ideology and that hate. Because then,
I agree with the root cause of it. The problem is you can't argue that with someone who simply rejects the precept of God. In other words, you have to meet them on their territory and gradually pull them over to this concept where you can get them to agree, and I'm kind of good at this. You can get them to agree on some terms, for example, political violence. You can get them to agree on certain policies and then ask the why. And for example, I sat down, my favorite change my mind that I ever did, I had a girl sit down, because I'm pro-life, changed my mind. And she said, well, I don't know why you would judge me. I had to have an abortion. I didn't have a choice. I said, you did have a choice. I said, you know what? You're going to meet that child in heaven one day. She came back on the show 2 weeks later via Zoom, and she'd become a pro-life activist.
Praise God.
But I didn't start with something that she wouldn't hear. So this is to start the conversation, and then the conversations result in this. But I will say, I assume you're raised in the church? Or raised with a Christian family?
Yes.
And SMU is relatively moderate as far as schools.
Yeah.
There is a whole dark world that awaits you, and I want you to put the armor of the Lord on.
Oh, I'm from Connecticut.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
There you go. Plus, you got the McMahons there. They do some weird stuff. But,
Right.
All right. Well, was it Andrew?
Yes. I know
appreciate
this is
it.
unconventional. Is it cool if I pray with you real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. We've done that several times.
I'm out. Yes, Stephen. Thank you for saying the honest truth that apparently nobody else wants to say. Yes, it is supposed to be part of your job to have some social decorum and tact, and also have some wisdom on how you choose to talk to people. I don't know why you keep seeing individuals who keep saying that there's absolutely no reason why you should not play things close to the chest, and try to remember that your job is to convince people not to just fucking talk to them like they're crazy. I don't know why that's a thing that keeps happening. It keeps happening. It's kind of surprising that it keeps happening. Wild, too.
Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you for Stephen and what he's doing out here, and I just ask that you can use his voice as to be an ambassador for your will. I thank you for the ability to have this beautiful day, this beautiful breeze, and have conversations out here. And I just ask that you are present with and bless everyone that is in attendance today, as well as everyone in our country, those who are struggling, and sometimes most importantly to pray for. God is our enemies and those who fervently disagree with us. Even if they want us dead, we have to pray for their salvation and for them to come around. And we just appreciate having this gift of life, that we're able to do this and able to hopefully do your will and do this in your name. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen. I apologize because I looked around a couple times to make sure no one was coming in hot.
Oh, no.
But
Thank you so much. I
Thank
really
you, brother.
appreciate you.
God bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so you see the conversations thus far. A little of column A, a little of column B. Which ones do you enjoy watching most? Comment below. And by the way, none of this happens without your support. Consider joining Rumble Premium. By clicking the link in the description, you get 100% more of the daily show that we do weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, as well as a whole bunch of other programs and everything ad-free. Let's go on to this next subject. Chris Tuffer. Chris.
I don't know how familiar you are with what this series is, but
first time hearing about it the most part. I know the memes.
So, yeah. I didn't see that one coming.
But he knows the meme. Waldom. 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 That's not a good sign. I would be concerned if somebody comes up to me at an event and they say, "No, I don't know anything about the event that you're running, but I know the memes."
As far as when it happened, I was like, oh, that was just me at a table.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it's not. It's not clips and reels and shorts and dunks and gotcha and clickbait. If this conversation is productive and we're both having it in good faith, it'll be uploaded in its entirety contextually. It's an opportunity for us to rationalize, to reason our positions on what are viewed as controversial topics.
Yeah.
So before I get to the premise, and by the way, you can take this if you want. We always make the sources publicly available.
Fantastic.
So if you just take that, that's yours. The QR code, you can go check the references.
Thank you. Okay.
And fact check me in case I'm lying to you. Because people, I don't know if you know this, people in media do that shit.
Yes.
Could you do me a favor?
Yep.
And just so we agree, kind of read this: political violence, terrorism. This is defined by the current sources being cited out there. And I'll summarize it for people watching. Hopefully we find common ground on the idea. Political violence is when violence is used as a means to a political end.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you vote Democrat and you accidentally hit someone with your car today.
Yeah.
Who happens to be a Republican, that's not political violence.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you go, I'm going to get me a Republican, that would be political violence. We agree on that?
Yes, we can agree.
Okay. So, what I'm asserting today is, sorry, I know we just touched hands, but it's okay.
Okay.
I'm fine if you're
all
fine.
Good.
Is that by and large, the tone, tenor, temperature right now, certainly in 2025, of political violence is coming overwhelmingly from the left. And I think this leads nowhere good unless the course corrects. If you disagree, you're welcome to change my mind.
So, I would disagree, one, in the statement that these blanket statements of the left is violent hurts the idea, creates a divisiveness of us versus them. I agree with what you're saying. I've been hearing your stats as well, that yes, it's disproportionately on the left as of late, and the stats I've seen and as you defined. I think...
So you agree with that?
I agree with that aspect.
Well, would it surprise you that a lot of people don't agree with that? They say, well, there's more violence on the right. That's the talking point.
However, even if there is more violence on the right, or even if there is more violence on the left, I think violence as a whole is a problem. But I think you're also going to have violence as you radicalize groups, regardless.
Sure. May I address that?
Yeah,
Just because we are a little bit tight for time right now. I apologize.
Totally fine.
And I hear about radicalizing a lot. And by the way, the reason for that is, I can fit it on a sign, and then I provide the context when we sit down. So I'm matching the rhetoric of the left, right? They say the right commits more crime. I go, well, no, actually the left is violent. But then I think I explain it contextually.
Yep, absolutely.
We hear about radicalizing a lot. So, and I think that does happen. I don't think it's possible to be in a right-wing echo chamber because all of media, all of Hollywood, all of mainstream press, these institutions in academia lean heavily left. I think some people can silo themselves off, but still, people on the right are more aware of the positions on the left than vice versa. But we hear about radicalizing. Let me ask you this. Okay, you disagree with that?
I would definitely.
But let's assume somebody's watching all the right-wing channels.
Okay.
Is there anything that you can think of more radicalizing than a moderate conservative who sat down and spoke peacefully, being politically assassinated as an act of terrorism in cold blood, and then gleefully celebrated thereafter when we tried to host peaceful memorials to mourn the death of our own, showing up, attacking, desecrating, spitting at every single vigil and memorial, and then blaming the right and saying we need to tone down the temperature? In other words, if you're a young conservative who watched Charlie Kirk, or could have been me, by the way, sitting in that chair because there have been many attempts.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything on earth that could be more radicalizing than that because the left still kept blaming the right. They didn't take the off-ramp.
Okay, but I would also argue we don't know all the motivations behind why the shooters are doing.
Sure we do.
Also, we can't.
We do.
Okay, but it was come out and stated that he was like doing this for left-leaning political reasons.
He said it.
Far before you could have even known what it was.
No.
A lot of the statements. All right.
Are you aware that, by the way, I this is just because it's relevant, we had a leak under the DOD. So we were my team right here, they were the people who broke the news that there were engravings on the bullet casings.
Okay.
That were anti-fascist, that were weird trans sort of 4chan type stuff. That's the OWO notices bulge. And the reason it was leaked to us from someone at DOD, DOJ, is because they were concerned that it would be buried. So when we released that, which of course now we know is true, it's been confirmed, we were tarred and feathered as liars and fake purveyors of fake news. So we knew it before anyone else, and I've been following it since. He said it was an act of political violence. He said that he killed Charlie Kirk because he was hateful and fascist. That's enough for me.
Okay. That is wrong. Absolutely. So I can agree with
Well, not wrong. Do we agree that it's pretty clear what the motives are if the person who does it says it?
Yes, if he's said it, I mean, you could still.
And engraved it?
The engraving, though, isn't necessarily leftist. Like, I think you could definitely make an argument that it is leftist, but you could also make an argument. One, you could easily make an argument that you wanted to add division.
Shooting Charlie Kirk with a bullet engraving that says "fuck fascism" when Charlie Kirk, and by the way, yours truly, have been accused of being fascist for a decade, and then you read the writings of him saying he's hateful. That seems pretty clear to me. In other words, you sent a bullet with the engraving "fuck fascism" at the person.
Absolutely.
People said Charlie Kirk was a fascist. This person believed it, shot him because he believed he was a fascist. Is that not clear?
That is clear. What I would say, though, is that doesn't still necessarily. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean it's far leftist. But even if in this case it is.
Okay, hold that.
It's far leftist. I still don't think.
Would we agree that the reasoning for the murder was the rhetoric of the left? They are the ones who accuse people like myself and Charlie Kirk of being fascist in comparisons to Hitler. If they weren't doing it, no one would think we're fascist.
I would agree that the rhetoric on both sides, though.
No, not on both sides. We don't accuse the left of being fascist and Hitler.
I agree. That's not necessarily happening, but I think that rhetoric in general, this far push, we are pushing so heavily towards a us versus them statement on both sides, on both the left and the right, that the other guy is evil and the other guy is wrong. And that is true of a lot of both people that I know personally and in general. And we gain nothing from an us versus them mentality. Ever. The only time you can get benefit and value, that's the whole point of your show, is to build a relationship with somebody and talk through your problems. And it's when you recognize that the other
build a relationship based on truth, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I don't believe in linking hands with people who celebrate the assassination. And the problem is that 62% of those on the left, 62%, YouGov poll after Charlie Kirk was killed, 62% on the left believed that it was somewhat to completely acceptable political violence. 77% of self-identified conservatives said no. Snap poll before Charlie Kirk was killed, 6-1, the left supports violence over the right. Another poll from Rutgers after Donald Trump, right, the attempted assassination, over 60% on the left supported it. You don't find that from conservatives against Kamala Harris. Over 60% firebombing Teslas, over 60% assess. So in other words, you do have to look at the rhetoric, you do have to look at the acts of violence, and you do have to look at the preponderance of evidence, the totality of the polls that shows one side of the political aisle justifies, supports political violence as a means to an end, and that is the left.
What about January 6th, as an example?
Let me give you some context for January 6th. Do you realize that more people at ICE facilities in the state of Texas have been killed by left-wing violence in the last week than all of January 6th combined?
Yes, there weren't deaths or killing during January 6th, major ones, because it's the capital.
But my point is, why do you reach back to January 6th for whataboutism? Right up the street, you have more violence.
Because it's probably one of the few examples where people cannot really be able to say, well, well, you see, the right wing, in presentation and in prospect of going, and then you actually explain, hey, did you know how many feds were in the crowd? Yeah, and all of those people that were just normal supporters who went there, were peaceful protesting, walked through the Capitol, didn't touch anything, didn't break anything, didn't violate anyone, and all of those members of Antifa, that if they were not specifically feds, were accelerationists trying to get labeled, all you're really demonstrating is that you care more about people that were being victimized than the actual truth of what J6 is or represents, because you're using it as a talking point to then say, well, this is your opinion about this, so doesn't that make you bad? Bro, outside the context of the situation, it doesn't matter. We don't care. You gotta cope to the thing that's actually important in front of you. And the thing that you have to cope to that's actually important in front of you is you need to explain how you justify that. How do you keep going there? Stop going over here. Stay here. The argument is right here. I want you to explain how you think that shit's okay.
January 6th. Also, and we haven't gone 3 days in the last 2 weeks without leftist violence. In other words, there's no equivalency. What about January 6th?
I agree, but however, also you have to recognize that, for one, the aspects of ICE, I think that is a major issue and a major problem. And if we could have time to go into that,
I know we don't have. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry because
they're booting us because of security.
Easy to go into, but like that right there is a major problem as well. And I think there is something to be said.
How so?
With ICE and all that. The lack of due process given to immigrants being deported.
Okay, so what you just said, I just want you to bear with me here. That kind of rhetoric, that there's a problem with ICE, no due process, people who are here illegally are not entitled to the same due process as American citizens, and that kind of rhetoric is why people shoot up ICE facilities. They're doing their job. A slight change in deportation policies, and by the way, I mean very slight, because Barack Obama did it too. Mm-hmm. He had to give speeches on it because he was like, guys, we have to deport some people. A slight change in border policy is not something that warrants any kind of justification for the fomenting violence that we see from the left. ICE is doing their job, and illegal aliens are not entitled to due process. They never have been.
Constitution, peoples in the U.S. are entitled to due process.
Nope, to American citizens. To natural American citizens,
and
naturalized American citizens.
Okay,
someone happens to set foot in our country, if they're a terrorist, they're entitled to due process, as opposed to, and we're not, by the way, executing them, we're deporting them, we're sending them back to their country of origin.
Yes, because that is what makes America amazing, is that you are innocent until proven guilty.
Where are you getting this idea that anyone who enters the country is entitled to our constitutional rights and due process? Where are you getting that?
People in the U.S.
Just because they walk across the border of our state does not mean they get to then come to the state, have an anchor baby, and then turn around and say, oh, you can't stop me, you can't stop me, because that's exactly the kind of thing that people are talking about when they say they don't support people doing that. That is them playing fast and loose with the rule of our state and law and saying, actually, I'm above the rules. That's stupid. Hi, NeoJ. Roll back the VOD.
Where are you getting this idea? In other words, that's not anywhere in our laws, in our founding, in our Constitution, that anyone who comes into this country illegally is entitled to due process and our constitutional rights. They're not. Where are you getting that?
In we the people under the U.S., it is...
They are not we the people.
It does not say anywhere underneath there that we the people allow ourselves to be permanently cut and have absolutely no rights and have absolutely no ability to defend ourselves and our nation state. It does not say that anywhere in our goddamn Constitution. Stop it. That's stupid.
They're not Americans. They're not allowed to be here legally.
But
should violent criminals be allowed to vote on law that relates to crime?
Be allowed to have due process.
Why? Where are you getting it?
Because of the fact.
Aside from you feel that they should,
Fair.
What's the basis for it?
Because that's how the Constitution is stated. And
It's not.
Out. Is that the people
It is not.
that you okay.
That's what I'm saying. So where are you basing it if not
Okay,
that?
fine.
But the problem is you have people saying, hey, ICE are breaking up families. Hey, they're violating human rights, civil rights. Hey, you know what? Let me put it this way. And we do have to get going.
Yeah,
If I believed that Joe Biden, if I believed what the left believes about Donald Trump and me as a voter, if I believed that Joe Biden was rounding up and killing white Christian men, if I believed that Joe Biden was a fascist, if I believed that Joe Biden was committing genocide, if I believed that Joe Biden was doing all of this, would strip us of all of our foundational, fundamental rights, and would never relinquish the reins of power or have a democratic election again, I'd be in the street with a gun. Those on the left believe every single one of those premises about Donald Trump and his voters. So do you understand why there's the violence?
Also, again, I would say that
Just like the beliefs about
but
ICE.
that is a generalization again, because you're saying every single one of the voters on the left, everybody on the left believes every single one of those.
A majority of people on the left believe that. They believe what you believe about ICE. These are men doing their job. A slight change in border policy, that little rationalization leads to violence. Just like Charlie Kirk was a fascist and it was engraved in a bullet.
So here's the other side. I absolutely agree with you that we should not be labeling people as necessarily things. They have beliefs.
Okay.
There are beliefs that I do not think Charlie Kirk should have been shot. Absolutely.
I know, I know that, but
I
too many on the left do.
No, absolutely. But I still believe that some of his beliefs were homophobic. But I'm not saying that he was a homophobe. And I think that's such a major thing that people have beliefs and we can talk through them about that. But
we can't though. We do have to leave it on this. We can't because we get killed. That's the point. When the left, when you say don't label, when people, and the left says tone it down from sitting at a table and having a conversation with anyone who will listen, because they took his life anyway and they tried to take mine. Only the left does that. No one on the left is afraid or has to have $250,000 worth of security to have conversations. We need to address the problem. It's the reason for crime stats. I agree with you. We should sit down and have conversations. That's why I'm having it. Most people can't because we get killed, and that's a fundamental difference. I'll let you close. It's just because they're rushing us out. So.
I still disagree.
Okay.
I still disagree that it is an inherently only.
I didn't say only. I said by and large. It's not proportionate. Far more violence from the left than the right. And the means of enforcement is violent. The means of enforcement from the left is violence.
I think there's also something to be said on the point that, which we won't have time, but that there's further oppression being pushed from the right on basic liberties, but that is more violence.
If we had time to get to it, I would, but taking away our guns, taking away our speech, taking away our kids if we don't transition them, that's the left's platform, and you find it from every single major leftist, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all the way down. It'd be tough. It would be a conversation I'd love to have, but they're booting us because they don't want me to get shot, which kind of makes the point. Chris?
I would argue the universe not on the shot, but great to meet you.
Thank you, brother. No, thanks for being a good sport.
Absolutely.
Sorry we had to rush. Maybe next time we can do it for longer. And please take that and peruse those. Absolutely. God bless.
His entire argument starts from the position of bro, you gotta understand me, bro, have you considered, bro. Because I don't see how you're helping people doing that. I don't. Nowhere inside of our Constitution does it say that we have to allow infinity migrants to come into our homes. Nowhere. It says that nowhere. It doesn't say anything about allowing that to happen. I'm more concerned about not where he tried to get that argument from, but how he formulated that argument in his head.
Well, that was a long time coming, and I want to thank everyone who made this even possible, and everyone who came out, everyone who had civil conversations. But I'm not stopping here. There are more conversations to be had, more places to visit, and more minds to change. Today was a good start, but it's just that, a start.
Yes, yada, 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 it's a start, blah, 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 I'm back, blah, 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 blah. We got it, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. It is not the job of the nation state of a home company to allow people to cross the border and to simply eschew and devastate and ignore the rights of the sovereign people who already exist there because they see reason to take it and subterfuge it away from other people. There's no reason why that's something that has to be tolerated and has to happen just because somebody decided it should be as such. That's bullshit. I don't know where that guy's argument comes from because it sounds a whole lot like, bro, not only should you trust me, you should let me lead you astray. I ain't doing that neither. Now, the time is 5:30. I'm going to stop the VOD on the YouTube side, restart with a fresh VOD, and then while dinner is cooking, I'm going to play video games, as I have done my contractually obligated desire of creating content for you to consume later on a later date. I will be back in 10 minutes. Oi! Not my Doritos! Can't open that now. For a hot second there was a very large contingency of people that were watching here on Twitch. Don't know what that was about. I noticed that it was a Nana. I don't know if that's the Nana I thought it was. That might be based for later. However, shit. For those that were watching on Twitch, thank you. Continue watching. Please consider becoming a member of the Negrohood and buying a sub. Preferably one in a not Twitch Prime. But if you want to give in Twitch Prime and that's the only way you have to give, feel free to do so. I would like if Twitch would stop forcing ads on my channel. But there is no way for me to make them stop doing ads on the channel. Does that mean I'm going to be in VC? I don't know. Do you play Helldivers? Maybe so. Otherwise, I will be back. 10 minutes. I love you all. Remember to spay and neuter your chats. And remember, buy chitterlings, where we make food for the whole family.